But that's till dawn's first light appears and banish all our woes. For in this realm of simple joys true magic always flows. The goblets clingle, chairs they creak, and laughter fills the air. For every soul who graces us, their stories we will share. Oh, sing the song of wanderers, bring with all their tales untold, of victories and perils faced and treasures gleaming gold. We toast to every valiant heart with stories yet to read. Come join the fight, the endless night, for legends we believe.
Greetings and salutations, my friends. Welcome to another glorious day here at the Tango Hotel. That's right, boys. We are back with all the things that you have ever dreamed of in your life. That's right. You only need to imagine, and it shall be so. Yes. Good to see you this morning. I know we're once again a little late, but you know, Tango's sleeping schedule is absolutely atrocious, and I'm here, so. We've done the first thing. Speaking of which, let's see how I slept last night. Let's look at Tango's sleep. Well, it looks like I slept like shit. Only 15 minutes of deep sleep. That's lovely. I wonder if it's actually my watch and it's just sitting weird. I need to tighten it or something. Anyway, so my dudes, my bros, my homies, KO, Wolf, greetings and salutations, my friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome to this glorious and magnificent day here at the Tango Hotel. Today we're gonna have some fun. Yes, indeed. If you haven't seen, if you can see up here, it's gonna be a fantastical kind of day. You know what I'm saying? So strap in, boys. It's about to happen. So join me now for the most amazing and stupendous kumbayas on this side of the galaxy. It's called the simultaneous sip. And all you gotta do, my dudes, is grab that cup or mug or glass. Perhaps you have a Tiger chalice or a stein, maybe a canteen, jug, a flask, a vessel of any kind. You fill it with your favorite fluid. That's right. It's the morning coffee, deliciously, magnificently Tango made. And join me now, friends, for the gloriousness, the stupendosity, the absolute awesome sauceness that is the simultaneous sip. Brothers of the waffle.
Citizens of the Tango Hotel. God damn it. Of course it lags and it's not gonna fucking work.
It's happening right freaking now. Go! Yes, indeed, sir. Yes, indeed. Oh, it's just lovely. Lovely. So I was trying to do the whole, wow, it's not even working. Hang on a second. Something's up with this bad boy. It is lagging out. Is it going to be one of those where I just don't have it this stream? Wow, yeah, it's lagging like hell. My stream deck, that's what's going on. All right, well, I guess we'll just move on. So it's not like I need to do much else. So we'll just boom. Okay, so one of the first things we're going to talk about is this nonsense right here. When everything in your world is amazing and mystical, nothing is. This is a fantasy art thing. And this is something I wanted to talk about because I saw it, and this is what they're turning fantasy into, right? This is what it is. And people will be like, "Oh, what's wrong with it?" It's, you got the angelic dude, and you've got like the dragon on top of the freaking thing, and everybody's all kinds of got crazy shit all over them, and when everything is amazing and mystical, nothing is. That's half the point. But not only that, I definitely remember D&D being less of a barista and Starbucks corner street simulator and more of a rock and roll kill evil kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, heavy metal. There you go. Heavy metal. That's a good way to describe it. This is all D&D is anymore. No adventuring, no fighting monsters, delving into the depths of dungeons, or other dangerous places. All the new artist is feasts and dance parties and generic socializing. Everything is overly fantastical as to take away all wonder and believability. They're trying to make D&D into what Star Trek is, right? That's what they're trying to do. Because that's what Star Trek does, is it takes amazing, fantastical technologies and it makes them simply mundane, and then you get to explore that world. And so that's what it feels like they're doing, and it's taking all the cool shit out of it. Yeah, it's all about various parasocialism. I don't know about vicarious parasocialism. I don't know about that necessarily, but I would say that it is something. It's like, this does not interest me, right? Even as someone who enjoys fantasy, the story that this picture invokes interests me not. You could have the same exact people, the same exact scene, but give me fire in the background. Give me meteors falling from the sky. I want a gigantic fucking dragon with a Githyanki riding it flying through the fucking background. That's the kind of shit I want, right? Like, seriously. Like, the only person that even looks anywhere near like they would be like be able to fight or something like that is this dude in the middle who looks like a half orc, I think. Maybe this guy, sorta, kinda, because he can fly, I guess. And it's not like you don't need to see, tieflings or whatever, or, dwarves. It's not that, or dragonkin. It's that in the vast majority of, and I think this is part of the reason they do this, is in the vast majority of the real world, racial differences are a big thing. And in the vast majority of D&D world, racial differences are a gigantically fucking magnificently gargantuan thing. This is why almost every single race by default is racist in like a D&D setting, is because they all live in their little corner of the realm, and they guard it ferociously because there are various other factions that are made up of various other races that will take their shit. And over centuries or millennia, you build up all kinds of like racial animus or racial bias that may be more innate than not. So this is the reason a lot of dwarves don't like fucking elves and a lot of the things. Yes, I know it's fucking tropey shit from Lord of the Rings, but you can actually understand why, because they're so diametrically different from one another that their simple act of existing next to one another will breed a type of distance or differentiation between the two, which isn't that bad if you write it correctly. Because it's like, this is the thing that kills me about not having racial strife in your settings, is that no one gets to analyze why racial strife is bad. No, we don't get to have stories where people overcome that kind of sense of thing, like Gimli and Legolas overcoming their mutual hatred for each other's races because they discover, oh, we're actually not so different. We both fight evil in different ways, but we're honorable warriors and we can respect that of one another. And then what that respect becomes is friendship. And that's how you build like community ties. It's just like they tried to do in Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power with Elrond and whatever the dwarf's name was. Like, that's how you make races not racist toward one another when they were before, is that you have, you start with just two individuals who become friends. And that friendship shows other people, shows other dwarves, other elves that, well, I mean, if the prince has an elf friend, I mean, maybe they're not so bad, at least some of them, right? And the elves see, well, the dwarf prince is rather nice, and he's a bit blustery, but he's good for a dwarf. This is how all that shit like falls by the wayside. This is how societies overcome this, is by example. And this does not invoke any of that. They've already solved all this. This is why I said this is Star Trek. They've already solved all the racial strife problem. So all of the normal things that you could use for storytelling are not there. It really does feel like it's a Starbucks simulator kind of deal, rather than where and I just want to say this for the record. If your idea of adventuring in D&D is sitting around bullshitting in a tavern, telling stories and role playing as that, more power to you. More power to you. If that's your game and that's the way you like to do it, good for you. And don't get me wrong, I do enjoy my role play and all that other stuff too. A problem is that I want heavy metal. I want Ozzy Osbourne. I want, who the fuck am I? I'm thinking of something very Dio. I want fucking Dio, right? I want the rainbow in the dark, man. That's what I want, right? I want that badass edge that D&D has, that only D&D really has as far as fantasy goes, as far as I'm concerned, because it does get really dark, but it's also really good. And this doesn't evoke that at all. If this was like art in a game and every other piece of art wasn't heavy metal with Black Sabbath and Dio vibes, then I'm probably not going to buy or participate in it, because it's not a thing for me. As much as I joke about, let's join together in most glorious kumbayas, because I'm literally making fun of this shit when I do that. Like, we're all friends here, right? But this is not the dynamic. Like, this is normal, which is fine. That's perfectly fine. But it's not something that I necessarily want to participate in. Now, like I said, if every other piece of art that came along with this were Black Sabbath and Dio, maybe throw in a little Linkin Park and Papa Roach, I'm good to go, baby. And if you're wondering why I'm using bands, it's because it like invokes this like vibe, right? Where like Dio and Black Sabbath, you know, it's fucking, it's heavy metal, you know, it's rock and roll. It's, I want to fight demons with giant fucking swords that are, you know, have flaming ice coming off of them and shit. You know what I'm saying? Riding a fucking dragon through a time portal. Yeah, basically. Baldur's Gate 3 is the perfect example of what I'm talking about. Because as much as Baldur's 3 has through stupid shit like this in the game, where you can literally walk around and just talk and, you know, be a good person and all this other nonsense, the trailer is literally a gigantic spaceship that has tentacles coming off of it and dragons with riders destroying it. If that ain't fucking rock and roll, I don't know what is, right? If that ain't rock and roll, I don't know what is. And I think, oh yeah, here we go. Old fantasy art. Yeah, here you go. That's heavy metal right there, dude. Look at that shit. That is, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of was it the Archangel Michael stabbing the devil while he's standing on top of him? That's what that reminds me of. It's pretty good, dude. It's pretty good. The wings are fucking crazy. Oh yeah, dude. Warcraft. This is what Warcraft used to look like, man. This is what Warcraft used to be. See what I mean? About the just look at the difference. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy. Is that on this one? Yeah. Is there any more? Any more of that good art? That's great. That's a good meme. Now, it's literally like the funny thing is this guy's not wrong. This guy's not wrong. If you took this scene right here, and then the next thing you see is a dragon burning it the fuck down, that's exactly the kind of evocative, oh, we have this peaceful society and this chaos-driven enemy has come to burn it all down. Like, this is what you fight for, not what you want to play as. If you get what I'm saying. Because it is kind of funny, because when you think about it, this is the kind of thing I'd want for my kids. This is the kind of thing I want for me and my wife. I want to live here, but I don't want to play D&D there. I want to play D&D in the ashes of this place that was burned down by this guy. Right? Because, yeah. And I think a lot of it just has to do with how I perceive games, and I think a lot of dudes are with me on this. And it is and to be fair, it probably is a lot of dude stuff. It, like, this art. Why do you think this art was written this way? Why do you think there's a woman's ass right here? Like, it's because this was made for boys, right? Absolutely, 100% made for boys. Oh my God, look at that. Is that Warcraft as well? I can't exactly tell. Is that old school Warcraft? The orcs and the horns kind of look like it is, but the humans do not. Their armor doesn't look big enough. Anyway, this is the kind of thing that if I saw a video game or a thing I might be interested in, if they had this artwork, I'd be more likely to buy it, because this is what I'm in for, right? This is Rainbow in the Dark right here, right? If you know Dio and you know the song I'm talking about, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, I want Crazy Train. I want Rainbow in the Dark. I want Holy Diver. I want I want what those things evoke in you, that same emotion, but I want it in D&D. And I think a lot of people agree with me. A lot of people who grew up doing fantasy stuff agree with me. But I mean, if this is the direction they want to go, they're just going to have to deal with the fact that their core audience, people like me, I'm not gonna participate in things that are not made for me as part of the audience, right? Because there are things that are not made for me. Like, for instance, I used to really like the original Powerpuff Girls back in the day, and that shit came out when I was a teenager, right? I was in college, and My girlfriend at the time told her like sister and her parents when they went to dinner that I really liked Powerpuff Girls. And they all laughed and asked if I was gay. And obviously she had to, you know, be like, no, he's not. And he proved it. But that's not the point. The point is that I'm not the core audience for the Powerpuff Girls. I'm certainly not. But I really enjoyed it because it had like this weird juxtaposition of edge and like cutesiness that I thought was very compelling. Right? It was very, very funny as well. And relatively mature for it being like 3 fucking... I don't remember how old they were. Or how old they were supposed to be anyway. It reminded me of like stuff I used to watch as a kid. And, you know, throw in a little bit of old school Superman in there. And it drew me in. And the fact that they were fucking cutesy little girls was just kind of like, well, what the fuck are you going to do, right? What the fuck are you going to do? Anyway, so let's move on. What is next? So I think we're going to do... yes. That's right. So... the U.S. State Department approves $310 million in F-16 training and support package for Ukraine. That's right. That's right. Trump got bullied into the status quo, baby. And here we are. Here we are. I kind of figured this would happen. Because after Trump made so much effort to give Putin a way out, to give him, to allow him to save face, he hasn't moved. He hasn't taken it at all. So the only thing that Trump can do now to save his own face is to hammer fuck Putin as much as he can. And if he doesn't, I'm going to tell you right now, if Trump doesn't hammer fuck Putin, he's a weak bitch. It's basically that simple. It is basically that simple as far as I'm concerned. Like, you can waffle a little bit on the tariff stuff because he was trying something crazy, and he backed down. And if he backs down, which he has, even though he frames the pivots as being flexible, he's backing down because he did some crazy shit and people bucked him, and that's just how it rolls, right? Does it look weak? A little bit. That's why he frames it as flexibility, right? But if he allows Putin to do this, like there's no coming back from this, dude. Not for him. Not for literally the strong man who basically has said that. We're gonna get into that too. Okay, I don't have that one on there. For the strong man who said he would end the war in Ukraine on day one, right? You know, that's one of the reasons that so many people elected him, is because, you know, he's the strong man we need kind of deal, right? Well, it looks like he's a baby back bitch when it comes to dealing with the old evil man, Vladimir Putin. So, if I hope this is what this individual says here, it's more than aid, it's a signal. I really do hope that's the thing. And if Vlad doesn't come to the fucking table, then he really does need to be hammer fucked. Now, to be fair, we've been hammer fucking him for years with like sanctions and shit, and it does appear that they're really having a population problem, because, you know, when you grind all your men into a meat grinder, well, you kind of run out eventually. So I do hear about them having personnel problems. I don't know how real that is, because of course everything in this war is not believable, and the reason it's not believable, no matter how much it, like, no matter how good it is, no matter how bad it is for Russia, no matter how good it is for Ukraine, or vice versa, you should not believe anything that comes out of the war zone. There's one truism about war that you must remember when it comes to shit like this, and it is, if you're not lying, you don't want to win. Just tell me now. Be honest. If all you had to do was lie through your fucking teeth, and it would save your country, it would save your civilization, and save your family, would you do it? I guarantee you 99% of people would say yes. Even someone like me who is absolutely like, I want to only tell the truth, right? That's a virtue I've been trying to do, and I fail at it often. So the best I can really do is not lie, right? Telling the truth is harder. Not lying is a bit easier. But if I had to, if lying literally saved the United States of America from total annihilation, you're goddamn right I'd do it. Hands down, no question. Absolutely not. Excuse me, absolutely would. Absolutely would. I said when I said no question, I meant absolutely not. No question whatsoever. Because there are things bigger than my ego. There are things bigger than there are things in this world that are worth my life. And there are things in this world that are worth my soul. There absolutely are. 100. No doubt. I can't express this sentiment any more than I've already stated. Is that so when I say that, I want you to understand Ukraine is lying. Russia is lying. And the reason they're lying is because they want to win. Because even if you are, and here's the thing, and I do not hold Ukraine morally culpable for lying about damn near anything within reason. Like if they're lying about the Russians actually committing, atrocities against children, that might be a bit far. Because what that would trigger us to like murder a bunch of Russian people for retaliation, right? And that's, I mean, war's war, so fair enough, but it's like I don't like I don't like how dark that gets real fucking quick, right? So, but again, it comes to, if you're facing total annihilation in a war, if you're not willing to lie, then you don't want to win. It's that simple. You will lie about how good you're doing to keep morale up. You'll lie about how good you're doing so that you can show your allies that, hey, your money is being spent well and you need to send us more stuff so we can keep on doing the good fight. You will lie for all of those reasons, because if you don't lie, you could lose. And the same for Russia. Russia will lie for the same exact reasons. They'll lie so that their population at home gets bolstered for morale. They'll lie to ensure that the world at large it doesn't look disfavorably upon them, even though they do because they invaded. There's still a strength mechanic we're talking about here, right? Where they're one of the reasons nobody's invades Russia is because they got nukes. Nobody wants to fuck with Russia because they got nukes. We don't know how good the nukes are, but it's gonna be one of those things. So they, like I said, and to be fair, because they're the bad guys, of course they're gonna lie. So like all the stuff about Ukraine's gonna do this crazy offensive over the summer, and we've heard that for I don't know how many years at this point. And all of this other stuff about how they're winning and they're gonna take back everything, and it's like, yeah, that's great. That sounds amazing, but I don't believe you. I want proof. I want proof. Your word is meaningless to me. And a lot of it is because, and I mean, it's exactly what you expect it to be, right? When Winston Churchill didn't tell the little town that was going to get bombed by the Nazis that they had cracked the code and that, hey, we're going to evacuate everybody to save your lives. The reason he didn't do that, which was a lie by omission, by the way, is because it saved the greater war. The Germans were unaware that we had cracked the Enigma machine, and so when they bombed it, they had no inkling that we knew that it was going to happen. And so all of the people that died, their lives were literally sacrificed on a lie. On a lie. But their sacrifice is potentially one of the reasons we won the war. So is defeating Nazis worth lying? Oh yeah. A lot of people would go a lot further. Speaking of which, people going a lot further, I would like to bring up this. Did I not have a thing for it? I'll look it up here in a second. So, MAGA melts down as Germany declares far-right extremists. Very misleading headline, Daily Beast. Very misleading headline. Allow me to dig up something else, shall we? Give me 1 second here. I swear I had another fucking tweet for this that basically from, I think it was Marco Rubio who tweeted out, and everybody's like, oh, the German blah, blah, blah clapped back so hard and BTFO'd him and all this other shit. And it's just like, Okay, so it's not there. All right. Okay, Okay, so what exactly happened? Let's check out Grok here. So I asked the wrong question. So Germany did not ban the AfD. So they've designated the AfD as an extremist party. So all the people screaming about mud democracy, they just banned a political party in Germany for, quote, proven right-wing extremist organization. Okay. Now that may be true, but they're also like the second or third largest party in Germany. So an entire block of Germany's democratic representation has basically just been designated as a right-wing extremist organization. Classification, yeah, so here we go. Banning, criticized Germany's intelligence agency for classifying the AfD and not for an outright ban. Okay, the classification was announced on May 2nd and allows increased surveillance of the AfD, but does not equate to a ban. Okay, so there you go. Though it has sparked debate on potentially banning the party. And, all right, so what we're going to do is we're literally just going to fucking find little Marco's fucking tweet. And let's see. Bam, there we go. Secretary Marco Rubio and Jesus. Germany just gave its spy agency new powers to surveil the opposition. This is not democracy, it's tyranny in disguise. I don't know about that. Which took second. So yeah, they took second in a recent election. But let's see, community notes. The clause in the German constitution that refers to these cases. Also, the paradox of tolerance is relevant here. I love how they always use that. It's great, isn't it? It's great. Okay, so I want to try to find the actual one. So did he delete it? Because this is not the correct. This is not the one, is it? I don't think it is. Huh. So this is a little bit different than I thought it was. Here we go. This is democracy. This is what I wanted to. So this is the tweet. This decision is a result of a thorough and independent investigation to protect our Constitution and the rule of law. It is independent courts that will have the final say. We have learned from our history that right-wing extremism needs to be stopped. And I just want to ask you a question. Do you think this would be the same response if it were the other way around? Imagine the United States banned progressive parties because they were extremists. Now, you can't do that in the United States. That would actually be illegal. My point is that everybody in the entire fucking world would be losing their goddamn minds. But because we've demonized right-wing and right-wing extremists for so long, as just in general, as far as the right wing goes, So anything that's not left is a right-wing extremist. Ultra-right, super-right, alt-right. This is what they do. Now, it's entirely possible, and I do believe I watch Kraut videos, and if you know him, you know what I'm talking about. And he is absolutely, as far as I can tell, he has absolutely confirmed for me that the AFD is probably not a good thing. But again, if this is democracy, right? This is democracy, right? Democracy. So if you're banning parties or designated them as extremists so that you can spy on them more, that does not sound like democracy at all, does it? If the people voted for it, that's democracy. If the people voted for it, but the government says, nah, son, you can't do that, that's not democracy. It's not. The reason we have the Bill of Rights is because democracy is dangerous, and we know it. The founders knew. That's why the people don't have democratic power over the government. We literally do not. We cannot vote for the government to do anything. We vote for people who go into the government to do things, and that they are sent into a system that is literally designed to prevent them from doing anything too bad, too upsetting, to turn up the boat, to turn over the boat. And so when they scream, this is democracy, I want you to understand something. This is democracy as long as you're not right-wing. This is what this says to me. And it's like, you can bitch about, oh, they're actually Nazis. Yeah, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. That's not the point. The point is that you keep screaming about fucking democracy, but it's not democracy. You get what I'm saying? This is not democracy if you're doing this to a popular party. Now, you could say, oh, they're Nazis and we need to stop them. I can accept that. But that's not democracy. That is not democracy. That is something else. And you know it's something else. And you're lying. So stop it. Let's see what Community Notes has to say. The investigation was not independent. The intelligence agency that carried out the investigation works under the supervisor, the Interior Minister, who's a member of the left-wing SPD that opposes and seeks to ban the AFD. Well, that's very interesting. Explicitly not independent per its founding law, the former president of the agency let it slip that its job is to lower the AFD's numbers in the polls. Ooh, that's probably a misquote. So, Secretary of State Marco Rubio threw a temper tantrum, a temper tantrum after German intelligence agency classified far-right organization as extremist. Germany's domestic intelligence agency labeled the Alternative for Germany, AfD party, as a proven right-wing extremist organization. The party's platform is based on anti-immigration ideology. There is nothing wrong with an anti-immigration ideology. Several AfD leaders have repeated Nazi slogans and threatened to deport German citizens of non-ethnic German heritage. Okay, that's fucked up. I agree that's fucked up. But you designating them as a proven right-wing extremist organization, that's not democracy. No matter how much you scream it's democracy, it's not. Just because, and if it gives you more ability to spy on them, and then the people who are running this shit are saying shit like this, oh, and they refuse to publish the document on which the classification as extremist party is based. Okay, there you go. So maybe all this is bullshit, so we got to take that into account. Remember, it confirms my biases, so I have to realize that that it might be wrong as well, right? My biases being that when people on the left scream democracy, what they're saying is mine, not yours. The democracy part is irrelevant. He slammed the agency's decision on X and urged the country to reverse course. Germany just gave its spy agency new powers to surveil the opposition. That's not democracy. It's tyranny in disguise. And I would agree that if you are let me say this. I could see a world where this is a legitimate thing to do, but you need to tell the people why. So they need to, declaring it a far right extremist organization is not enough. You need to show why you designated it. What is the evidence you used to do this? And if you do that, then I could definitely see this being like, okay, well, they've got ties to terrorists and shit like that. I don't know, like half the fucking Democratic Party has ties to fucking terrorists. You just gotta love that, right? In our country, right? Oh, you didn't know that? You didn't know that the fucking people who did a bunch of bombings for the Weather Underground in the 70s are still on speaking tours for progressive causes and interact with Democrats all the time? You didn't know that? Wow. It's almost like they don't report that shit in the news. Huh. But I guarantee you, the moment a person on the right interacts with anybody that is untoward or morally questionable at all, it'll be headline news all over the fucking place. What is truly extremist is not the popular AFD, which took second in recent election, but rather the establishment's deadly open border immigration policies the AFD opposes. Okay, so sure. The decision was announced on Friday by the Germany's Federal Office for Protection of the Constitution, which gives German authorities increased oversight over the AFD. This is the first time in modern government history with a party nationwide representation on a federal level has been labeled extremist, but the party is growing. So if the German government labels the party as extremist and it still continues to grow, are you really a democracy? If you're ignoring the will of your own people? Oh, because you don't want to become Nazis again. Okay, that's fair. But are you really a democracy? Are you gonna oppress and suppress a majority of your population if that's what they vote for? Not Nazis specifically, but the AFD. Musk said, yeah, Elon Musk calling it centrist. I'm not sure how much I like that. Only the AFD can save Germany. Is most representative in East Germany. Interesting. The West tore down the Berlin Wall together, and it has been rebuilt, but not by the Soviets, but by the German establishment. That's a good one. I like that. So yeah, it classified as extremist, spent 3 years investigating the party, released a 1,000-page report that confirmed the party's violations of the core constitutional principles. They released a 1,000-page report. I see what I mean about saying this is wrong. On why let's see what it says. Section released a 1,100-page report in May detailing why the Alternative for Germany party was classified. There you go. Okay, there you go. See? Fucking assholes full of shit. Let's see what else we got. What are we using? Won't be made public. Ah, there you go. There you go. Okay, so that's what it is. They didn't make it public. Got it. So that's the nuance of this story. The report is based on a 3-year investigation and is classified and intended for internal use, so it's full somebody needs to leak this shit. The reports they're racist and anti-Muslim. Okay, that's nice. Is that illegal? Rooted in ethnicity and ancestry-based understanding. Again, is this illegal in Germany? I'm assuming it is illegal in Germany. And if that's the case, you don't have a democracy. I'm just going to say that. Which BFV deems incompatible with Germany's constitutional principles. Particularly human dignity, democracy, and rule of law. I love that they keep using this word. It's like it has no meaning. It means whatever they want it to say. It's literally a buzzword at this point. So it's like you can have a democracy and you could still be racist and anti-Muslim. You do understand that, right? These two things are not antithetical to one another. Xenophobic and anti-minority rhetoric. The AfD's ongoing agitation against refugees and migrants, especially those from predominantly Muslim countries, is seen as violating the human dignity by devaluing an entire population segments and stirring irrational fears. Is it irrational to fear Islam? Especially fundamental Islam? Is it irrational to fear people who practice fundamental Islam? I think it's a rational fear to fear. I think it's a rational fear to fear fundamentalist Christians. Should it not be a rational fear to fear fundamentalist Islam and Islamists? Is that not a thing? Because, like, I guarantee you, if they were all fucking, like, doctors and lawyers and fucking they weren't breaking any laws and they weren't doing anything, like, untoward, all of these motherfuckers who are racist would be a tiny, tiny minority. But the reason people listen to them is because you're not listening to the people who are complaining about the problem immigrants. Because think about it like this. The vast majority of immigrants are just normal people, right? They don't give a fuck about any of this shit. It's a small minority of their community that tends to be the problem makers. And if you're not able to criticize them because they're brown and or Muslim, then you're just going to allow the worst of the worst human garbage to color the entire immigrant population with a bad brush, because you're not going to hold them to account, and they're going to make everybody look bad. Because the only difference between them and the normal population is the fact that they're Muslim and or their skin color. And so if you do not punish the people that break the rules and separate them from the good immigrants who obey the laws and want to be part of your civilization, if you don't separate them out, then everybody else will lump them together. Because guess what? The vast majority of people are ignorant fucking rednecks. That's just the way it is, right? There's like 20 to 30% of the human population has an IQ below fucking 70. I think it's maybe like 20, right? And it's like 30% below 80, right? You can't have a functioning democracy if your population doesn't have at least an average IQ of 90. Anti-constitutional goals. The party's position aims to exclude certain groups, particularly migrants and Muslims, from equal societal participation, assigning them legally devalued status. Okay, that's bad. That's if that's true, that they seek to like violate their own constitution by not giving them the same rights as everybody else, that's bad. Of course, it may just be rhetoric, so we don't know. Because the thing about it is if you want to just deport all the fucking, immigrants, then that's not legally devalued status. It's just like, no, you're not welcome here. Go away. No one has a right to live in your country except your own citizens. Extremist activities, statements, and actions. I love how it's statements. So it wasn't a call to action. It wasn't a violation of the law. No, it was just a statement. And actions by AFD leaders such as trivializing the Holocaust. That's bad. Using banned Nazi slogans. I live in America, so I like fuck your fucking speech laws. And distributing campaign materials like deportation ticket flyers, which promoted investigation for incidents of hatred. I am so glad we have free speech enshrined in law. I'm so fucking glad. I'm so fucking glad, dude. The BFV noted that over 10,000 of the 38,000 far-right extremists counted in Germany last year are AfD members. And the party has ties to extremist groups and Russia. Classification allows surveillance, including informants. Communication monitoring has fueled debates, potentially banning, though no ban has been implemented. The BFV's decision was upheld by prior court rulings. Appeal against suspect extremist status. While the report itself isn't public, its conclusions have been widely reported, drawing criticism from figures like U.S. who call the surveillance powers tyranny. I mean, it kind of is. It kind of is. Tyranny in disguise. Because, I mean, you think about it like this. This is like if you were running a faux democracy that was tyrannical in nature, this is exactly what the fuck you would do. You would designate the party that you don't like as fucking extremist and potentially dangerous, which would give you more ability to spy on them, which would then give you more ability to literally just make up bullshit, and then you could just throw them all in jail off your made up bullshit. Like, this is the thing that I don't think the clapback asshole understands. I don't think the German Foreign Office understands that if you lived in a faux democracy that was fake, it was a fake democracy that was ruled by tyrants, this is the kind of shit they do. You get to vote, but I get to choose who you vote for. Democracy. Yes, democracy. And to be fair, I'm gonna now flip on the other side of this and be like, look, it's entirely possible that they are fucking Nazis, and I'm not gonna lie. Because of Germany's past, I really don't blame them for fucking trying to cut this off at the fucking head. If it's true. Now, it could be one of these things where it's only slightly true, where a few of the people are really, really far left extreme or far right extremists who are, you know, mostly hiding their power level from the public, and once they get in power, they're going to do all the crazy Nazi shit. That's entirely possible. But again, you got to see how this looks. And I also want to bring back up the deporting illegals in the United States. When the situation is bad enough, you do things like this, right? We can't let Nazis come back to power, right? Literally, the German Foreign Office is calling this democracy. This is democracy, where you designate the popular opposing party as far-right extremists, or excuse me, as political extremists so you can spy on them and potentially ban them. That's exactly how a tyrant would act. So you say it's democracy, but this is also how a faux democracy would act, right? On the other hand, stopping Nazis may actually require you to fucking linking that shit up. And this is the same argument I make to all the bitches who are screaming about illegal immigration and Trump violating fucking court orders and shit. It's like, when does it become enough? We all praise Lincoln. We got a gigantic fucking 30-foot statue of him in Washington, D.C. where his ass is sitting on a fucking throne. And he violated the Constitution up and down, fucking damn near every fucking article. We praise him for keeping the country together, for winning the war. And he did shit far worse than this. Extreme times call for extreme measures. So, all I can do is wish Germany the best on this one, man. Because I'm not, like, I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. I have no fucking clue, dude. And I'm not gonna simply base my opinion on a fucking grok thing and Marco Rubio fucking having a tit with fucking the German Foreign Office, right? I don't. But all I'm saying is that when you scream about democracy and then you turn around and do shit like this, you look fake as fuck. Especially when you don't release the 1,000-page report. Now, if it's got like stuff in it that's like would give away people that are undercover or something, that's called you can redact that, by the way. That's what that's useful for. But you are doing something that is essentially what one would consider beyond the pale in a democracy, right? Like, again, imagine if Trump did this to the Democratic Party. Because there was like some kind of crazy fucking attack, and just imagine he did it. And imagine he used this. Oh, they're far left extremists. They're fucking commies. We found ties to Antifa from them burning down Teslas and burning down shit during the BLM riots. We finally fucking got them, boys. And now we're going to designate the Democratic Party as a far left extremist organization. And that gives us the ability to use the CIA to fucking spy on them. Legally. Mud democracy, huh? Yeah, it doesn't look so nice when it's on the other foot. And you can bitch and moan about, oh, they're actual Nazis all they want. That's irrelevant to my point. I just talked about that. I just talked about the fucking Lincoln, right? You want to Lincoln it up? That's fine. But don't gaslight me and tell me it's democracy, okay? Anyway. So, yeah, it's fucking hilarious. And, I mean, it doesn't surprise me with all of the fucking immigration problems that Europe is having with all the stupid shit. They've basically done the extreme example of suicidal empathy. Because, and I don't necessarily blame Germany for it after fucking World War II, right? So, but it is going to be one of those things. It's just like in Britain. If you do not allow them to elect someone to fix this problem and release the pressure that's building up, you are going to have a real big fucking problem. This is one of the things that Sargon talked about, Carl Benjamin, when Trump was first elected, or during Trump's first election race, is that we need populist reform, and a pressure cooker is building in the general population. And if it is not released, then it will cause a revolution. And I do believe he was correct. It might have taken another 20 or 30 years, But I do believe he was correct. If we had kept going down the same line with all the fucking immigration shit and the Democrats just turning a blind eye to all the fucking crime that the extreme ends of the minority of the migrant populations were causing, then it would have, and it would have been a bloody thing. Because there's only so much you're going to be able to take when you hear reports, like in Britain, of, you know, rape gangs that have been going on for 30 years that literally target fucking little white girls. Now, I'm obviously exaggerating, but the point is that there's only so much a population is going to take before they're just going to take matters into their own hands, right? What happens the next time? Like, imagine that shit happened in the United States. I guarantee you, I know exactly what the fuck would happen. There'd be a bunch of fucking good old boys get their fucking AR-15s, and they'd go kill a lot of people. That's exactly what the fuck would happen. They'd go find the motherfuckers that did it, and they'd fucking execute them. That's exactly what they would do. Yeah. Yeah. Especially if they weren't in jail. Like, if they went in jail, oh, okay, well, you know, okay. As long as they get locked away forever or put to death, that's fine. But if they like get out because, oh, they're migrants and they don't understand the culture, like stupid shit like they've been doing in Britain, yeah, a lot of these motherfuckers would be dead. A lot of them would. A lot of them. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Anyway, so we're gonna move on with this. So, oh, this I love this. I love this. Let's see. Oh, I want to talk about that too. Okay, so let's see. Why a gym clip explaining why educated white liberals are so self-hating.
I feel like if
Baldy.
you just look at a lot of these protests and
Take it away, baby.
a lot of these events, it's pretty much all white people doing it. And I think it's just upper middle class white people that have lived at the peak of privilege of the entire history of humankind. And they have some sort of internalized guilt for that, probably some of it deserved. And they constantly look for other causes to lash themselves onto because they realize they have enough intelligence to realize that their existence and their lifestyle is funded by the exploitation, abuse, and suppression of people in second and third world countries. And that gives them an internal sense of doubt, guilt, and, basically feeling like they're a bad person. And so they constantly look to find these other things to justify their lifestyle, which victimize themselves. That's why.
Not bad. Not bad.
Yep.
I would also like to add that if they truly wanted to fix that, one of the other sides of that is they know they're not talented or smart enough to actually do anything to change the world, which is why they stand up and scream at AOC about how she's a fucking genocider and all this other bullshit when she has nothing to do with any of this shit. They're pro-Palestine protesters were screaming at her that she's a genocider and all this other bullshit, right? Obviously, as much as I don't like AOC's politics, she has nothing to do with any of that shit, right? She is possibly one of the most pro-Palestine fucking politicians we got, right? She is like the progressive lead in this. So obviously that's what it is. But the problem with the progressive protesters that are screaming at her is they don't understand how politics actually works. They just want it done. And like a toddler who doesn't get what they want, like my son, when he doesn't get what he wants, okay. You're watching this in the future, son. I'm sorry. But you're a toddler and it's annoying. That's how they react because they don't get what they want. And one of them, I think another impetus behind this is not just the guilt, but it's also the fact that they know they're not Elon Musk. They know they're not Peter Thiel. They know they're not Bill Gates. And so they know that they cannot affect great change in the world by themselves. They know they're not smart enough. They know that anything they do will just be grinding through a fucking machine. And so the only way they can do this is by acting like idiots in politics. Because it's the only way they're going to change the world. They refuse to change themselves and instead focus on everything else in the world, thinking that that'll fix them. And it won't. It never will. This is why the advice of get your own shit straight before you start talking about other people's shit is probably a good one. What's the thing? Remove the plank from your own eye before you complain about the speck in your brother's. That's I'm pretty sure that's from the Bible. And yes, 100%. it really does go to the point that it's not just hypocrisy. That's not really the problem. The problem is, how the fuck do you know what's right for the world when you can't even decide what's right for yourself? How do you know if you can't do it for yourself? If you have no discernment in your own life, you can't find a good partner because you have no discernment. Everyone you pick is shit. You can't find a good place to work because everything you pick is shit. Your education was shit and it can't get you a good job because you have no fucking discernment. You literally have the inability to discern anything correct and good in your own life, and yet you expect me to believe that you can understand politics and have a good enough understanding of all of it that you have good discernment in politics when you don't have good discernment in any other part of your life. You're fucking smoking crack. That's what you're doing. And he's not wrong about this. I mean, we all benefit from third world slavery, right? We all benefit from third world slavery. The computer that I'm currently using, like literally everything in front of me, benefit from exploitation and slavery of individuals in the third world. And this is why I find it extremely funny, all these liberal accounts talking about how much free trade is good and all this other bullshit, and talking about, oh, look at all the containers in the let me see if I can find it. Oh boy, I want to find it. Hang on, where is it? Do I have it? That is the question. Don't know. Yeah, okay, so it's these idiots right here. These are the ones that posted the meme I'm talking about. Aw, come on. No, don't do that. There it is, okay. We have tons of clean energy and clean air. We have to save the planet. Yeah, there you go. This is what I was talking about the other day. This is the account that posted the thing I'm about to talk about. It's basically, here we go. Excuse me, sorry, there you go. I have access to the best goods from around the world. Free trade. Slaves are cheap. Slaves are cheap. Slaves are cheap. They are. This is one of those things. It's like they're not going to talk about this now, even though this was a thing that we were talking about not too long ago about all these billionaires and shit making all this money off the exploitation of people in the third world. All that shit goes out of the fucking window when Trump puts tariffs on all these fucking countries. You know, the same countries that exploit their populations in what we would consider slave conditions and or slave wages and or slave labor. It's just peak. What the fuck are you doing? Are you really turning that around? Now, this is obviously about protectionism versus free trade. True, but the problem is that we don't have free trade. We've never had free trade. There is no such thing as free trade in this world, because all the people that we used to trade with all did not do free trade. We did free trade. They didn't. So we never had free trade. Not really. Okay. Not only that, when we talk about free trade, what are we talking about? Well, most of the stuff is from like China and other places like that. And what do they use? Exploitated labor. That's right. Some of it, not all of it's exploitative. Some of it's really good, right? They actually build factories, and I've seen some of these factories in India where they build stuff, and they look similar, if not more ancient, than the factories that I worked at here. And the people seem to have good, clean working conditions. They have PPE. You know, it looks pretty good to me. I don't know how much money they're making, but it looked okay to me. And so do some of the places in China. But then you look at some of the other places, like, you know, where we get our lithium from, and other places in China where they got to work so long with no breaks and all this other stuff. It's just, but this isn't part of the conversation anymore, because we're banging on Trump. So we obviously can't bring up this, this liberal idea of, well, it's not actually free trade because they have less wage costs because they pay their people pennies on the dollar, right? And you could say that it's, you know, their economies are smaller and that's why their money goes further. So the equation doesn't necessarily make any sense. But when you factor in all those things, and if you normalized all of it, and they'd be making like, you know, 50% less than what minimum wage would here after normalizing for all those things, yeah, that would be bad. That would be very bad. And yet we're not talking about it now because Trump is the one who's shitting on all the companies who are using what they used to call slave labor. Funny how that works. Funny how that works, ain't it? Okay, so let's see. I thought this clip was great. It pretty much explains and encapsulates exactly why the woke mind virus has actually penetrated into the brains of these fuckers. It's because when you do feel guilty about these things, and then you find something that makes you not feel guilty, you latch onto it. And this is why it's almost like a religion. This is why they act the way they do, the same way that Christians and Muslims act the way they do when they're doing their religious shit for God, right? They act irrational, crazed, just out of their fucking minds, because what matters to them has nothing to do with anything in the real world. It has everything to do with whatever the fuck's going on in their head. Whatever their religion tells them. And this is basically a new religion for them. They didn't get rid of God and replace it with, you know, logic and rationality and scientific understanding. They replaced it with a new religion. And this is their new religion. It's based on communist ideology. And it's hilarious to watch them just implode themselves. Like, because if they had any fucking sense at all, they would shut the fuck up about Palestine for right now and let Trump take all the blame. But they don't. They don't. They don't have any sense of strategy or like, because here's the thing. If you want less Palestinians dying, then what you need to do is you need to get the United States of America to stop funding them. And you know how you get them to stop funding them? You don't scream at AOC that she's fucking a genocider and a murderer and all that other shit. You don't do that. That's not what you do. The reason you scream at AOC that she's a murderer and a genocider is because it makes you feel good. That's why you do it. It's a true form of virtue signaling. Just like when Christians pray out in the fucking streets to be seen, it's the same fucking shit. It's a virtue signal. Look how holy I am. Look how pious I am. Oh, won't you look at me? I fucking despise all of that shit. All of it. All of it. All of it. Okay, so, in this, no way I'm paying for $80 games when there are better games out there with more content that came out for far less. And I'm not gonna lie, it's a good way to, it's not a bad way to look at things. The unfortunate thing is just like with FIFA, the vast majority of people who buy games who are like my age, like they don't know anything about the gaming industry. The vast majority of them don't know the fuck what's going on, which is why the fucking dudes who are my age who play FIFA, they play it and then they buy all the packs and they don't care about the microtransactions. They don't understand that it's destroying the gaming industry, that it's ruining children and all this other bullshit. They don't know or care. They got too much other shit in their lives, like kids, jobs, fucking mortgage, the whole nine. And so is the entire gaming sphere shifting? Yes, because people are finding out more and more about this. And when you see a game like Expedition 33, Elden Ring, I haven't seen Split Fiction, Hollow Knight, I know that's pretty good. Hades, another good game. I haven't played either one of them, but I saw the gameplay. It looks amazing, right? It's just not my kind of game, right? Not right now, anyway. And these games gives you so much value, right? For so little money in compared to $100 games that are coming out, right? Like I paid, and like Space Marine is another great example. It's only $60. And it's an amazing game with tons of content. I go back and play it. I still do. And I plan on playing it again soon. I might play it today instead of Last Epoch. I don't know. I'm probably just going to play Last Epoch because I want to finish my build and do all that shit. But the point is you get, and then like you can add Last Epoch, Path of Exile 2 to this list. Right? How much gameplay? How much game do you get for your money? Well, it's $30 to get into Path of Exile Early Access, and it'll be free when it releases. Last Epoch is, I think, $30 to get in, and then you get the game for free forever with continuous updates. And the only thing they have are microtransactions for cosmetics. That's it. Which, by the way, I bought because they made such a good game. I wanted to give them more money. Fuck, man. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy, baby. And with these, and the thing about it is Nintendo, Xbox, they're still going to be able to sell their shit. Like, people don't understand. There are people who are suckers for this shit. Like, I'm one of them. When Diablo 4 came out, I paid $100 to play the early access or the beta or whatever the fuck it was called. Why did I do that? Because it was my birthday. And I love Diablo. I loved Diablo 2. I had a lot of fun with Diablo 3, though I didn't like it as much. And it looked like Diablo was going back to its roots, which it did not. But it still looked like it. And the campaign and the story were really, really good. I really liked them. But it was still $100 fucking because they want to gouge as much money out of me as possible, which is fine. And I knew what was going on. I knew it was happening, and I still did it because I wanted it. Right? It was my birthday. I wanted to play Diablo on my birthday, and I did. And I got really drunk, and it was a lot of fun. And now we're at a point where the entire there's going to be a gigantic fucking split in the gaming industry where there are going to be these AAA behemoths that are charging all this extra money for all of their games that some of them don't have that much content to begin with. And then all the content they add, you're just going to have to buy more and more of it. So you're going to end up spending hundreds of dollars on these games and systems when you've got great games that are $15, $25, $50, $60. Elden Ring is probably one of the best fucking open world games I have ever played in my life. It is right up there, dude. Right up there. There's just so much to the world, and it's not... And I was one of the people who literally rubbed my face against everything. And to be fair, it does have its faults, right? It's very repetitive in some areas, and it's not meant to be played like I play it. It's not meant to be played like I play open world games, where I want to rub my face against all the walls to see what everything is out there. It's meant to be an adventure in a pseudo open world, and the reason I say pseudo is because it doesn't go on forever, where you're not meant to go see every bit of it. You're meant to go off the beaten path, have an adventure, and then get back on the path. Oh, and then 5 minutes later, you get distracted and go off on a little adventure, and then you get back on the path, right? It's not meant for you to go off on an adventure and spend 5 hours going off and finding every little thing in that area, right? Like I did. That was what I did. And they are gonna vote with your money. That's it. And more people are. This is why Assassin's Creed, the latest thing, is going to it really is going to shift the industry. Now, that doesn't mean that EA is not going to. Yeah, this is the thing I've been talking about. That's why it's gotten to this point. Look how much money EA made with FIFA on microtransactions. And Mario Kart World will be one of the top 3 best sellers in 2025. Yeah. I bought a Switch 1 last year because I was dying to play Mario Kart with my daughter. And I ended up buying 2 of them. I got her own handheld, and I bought one for the family TV. I got them pretty cheap too. So I'm not a big Nintendo cuck anymore. I haven't played Nintendo regularly since the Super Nintendo. So, you know, it's just been the way it is. I got Duke Nukem, man. You know what I'm saying? I got rock and roll and heavy metal. And so I got away from the carnival music. But it is one of these deals where it's shit like this that has made all these companies want to just microtransaction out their games, is because of the thing that EA did with FIFA. The problem is that FIFA is not a gigantic brand because FIFA is a gigantic brand. FIFA is a gigantic brand, or because it's a good game or any of that other shit. FIFA is a gigantic brand because fucking soccer is a world famous sport. Everybody on the planet plays the goddamn thing. Even here in the United States, we play it. And so you have a gigantic user base all over the world who love soccer and love all the players that are in soccer and all this other bullshit, and they eat it up just like Americans do with their football games. It's the same fucking deal. And so a lot of these people aren't necessarily normal gamers. A lot of them are just, they game when they got time, and they like to play sports games because they like sports, right? So maybe they'll play Call of Duty, maybe they'll play Halo, something, or maybe they used to play Halo. But the vast majority of people who do this kind of thing, they play FIFA because it's FIFA, because they like soccer. And those are the games they play. And so they spend a lot of money on it because they're not going to buy, you know, all of this and spend all that money, they're going to spend all that money on FIFA because FIFA's fun and they like soccer. And they don't care about all this microtransaction shit. And I heard that EA lost its deal with FIFA to use their name. So EA might be falling off a fucking cliff with FIFA. And I would be happy if EA collapsed in on itself. The only problem is that Microsoft will probably end up buying it out or some dumb shit like that, or Tencent, you know. I hate the fact that we're like, it's just like with movies and Disney. I hate the fact that our culture gets conglomerated into a bunch of stuffy suits who basically get to own the copyright to our culture. And I despise it. Like, Disney should not have control over Mickey Mouse at this point. It should not. Mickey Mouse should be a free domain at this point. Mickey Mouse is motherfucking was invented in like the 1920s. It's over 100 years old. They need to let it the fuck go. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. They need to lose it. Because this is why copyright, this is why so many people hate copyright and why we're going to lose IP if we keep going this route, because these giant fucking megacorps are going to buy up all of our culture and then charge us to have access to it and charge us extreme amounts of fees to have access to it, right? Because you could understand if it was like, okay, look, yeah, we own it, but we understand it's a cultural thing and it's yours. So what we're going to do is we're going to make it super easy for everybody to access. We're going to sell licenses. We're going to sell merch for fairly cheap. So that way you can enjoy your culture and we get paid for owning it. Easy peasy, right? But no, they're greedy assholes. So, you know, it's $50 for a Mickey Mouse doll. And, you know, if you want to buy the Mickey Mouse Funhouse Club seasons, they're like $30 a piece. A season. And it's because they know people will pay it. Because there are a lot of rich motherfuckers out there, or motherfuckers who got like too much more money than sense, who will absolutely buy that shit so their kids can watch it. I was tempted to. Let's just say that my kids watch whatever they want. Well, let me rephrase. The stuff that my kids like Sesame Street and Mickey Mouse and stuff like that, they can watch it all the time. And no, I don't pay Disney for it. Because fuck you, Disney. And they can fuck right off. And what I don't want is the same thing to happen to video games, where all of the cool and that's essentially what's happened already, and why all of the games we loved as kids are shit today is because megacorps bought our culture, and now they're exploiting it for money, and they're making it shit in the process. And that's why you like Halo and Diablo and StarCraft and just all of these you know, things owned by Blizzard, things owned by fucking EA, why they all suck now is because they just want to exploit you for money. They don't care about making good games. They want to make money. These are two different things. They're not diametrically opposed, but they are two different things. And they don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about our mutual culture and the shared experiences we have growing up playing Diablo 2 or whatever. They only care about making fucking money. That's it. And they will absolutely exploit you and me to do that. Hands down, no question. They will. And the proof is in the pudding. It absolutely is. Because if that weren't the case, then Assassin's Creed wouldn't have been the shit it has been for the past years. Ubisoft wouldn't have turned into whatever the fuck it is, where basically everybody could make fun of them because of how good Elden Ring did. Especially when you have developers from like Assassin's Creed and all these other fucking Ubisoft games bitching about how Elden Ring's UI is all fucked up. And it's like, yeah, but why is everybody playing Elden Ring and not your slop? Oh, yeah, because the UI actually doesn't matter and it's actually gameplay. And we can actually deal with obtuse UIs if the gameplay is good enough. And it actually like adds a little bit of charm to it because it's different. And they don't understand that. They don't understand that at all. And it's just mind-boggling that they don't. But on the other hand, it's a blinder. So, you know, it's understandable we all have our biases. And so I really do think that companies like Disney need to lose all of their IPs that are over 80 years old. Like, if I made a thing, I would want to earn money from it. If I drew a character and made a cartoon and it got popular, I would want to be paid for it. But if a megacorp buys it from me, they should not be able to maintain rights on it forever. Right? If the year is 3000 AD, Disney should not have IP rights to Mickey Mouse anymore. Period. It doesn't matter how many fucking Mickey Mouse movies they make to resecure their IP. No. It should go to the public domain because it's part of our culture. Almost everybody knows who Mickey Mouse is, right? It's just like Santa Claus. Anybody can make a Santa Claus thing. Nobody owns that, right? Now, to be fair, it has been part of our culture for a lot longer, but it is one of these things that's like, you shouldn't be able to lock our culture behind a paywall forever, right? Initially, sure, I'm 100% okay with that, right? It's just like Power Ranger stuff, right? We all grew up watching the Power Rangers, but by the time I'm 80, if a megacorp owns the rights to it, it should go into the public domain. If it's still owned by a singular person, then that might be different, right? Like I could understand graduating or grandfathering in like the Tolkien estate, where Tolkien left the rights of his shit to his children and stuff, and I could understand that more. I would be more okay with that specifically, where an estate owns an IP and its rights rather than a megacorp. As long as that estate is like privately held and not some kind of fucking mega conglomerate thing, right? I know it's a bit iffy and it's a bit weird and I'm making exceptions, but that's because if you look at the Tolkien estate, they actually give a fuck about the Tolkienian lore and all that stuff, right? And so when you and it's more likely to be cared about by people who have a vested interest in it, right? Anyway, I do hope there's a reckoning coming, and there probably is going to be. I think AAA is going to crash and burn because, a lot of AAA is going to crash and burn. You know, we're probably still going to have. A bit loud, isn't it? We're probably still going to have the. We're probably still going to have, Nintendo and a few others charging astronomically absurd shit for their games, and they'll win. And Nintendo can do that because they are a brand that has built so much fucking loyalty, it just will not die. Not from me, but from the Nintendo cucks that buy all that shit. And the same with a few others, right? With Sony and even Xbox. Xbox less so, but that's beside the point. And so as more and more people get the ability to make better and better games, people with actual talent and drive who want to make good games for good game's sake, this is what will happen. And a lot of the AAA companies that are basically just money-making machines, but they don't make anything but slop, they're the ones that are going to fall off the rails. While the AAA companies who are making relatively good games can charge that super premium price, and some people will pay it, and it'll be enough to keep them afloat and making a lot of money. Whereas I think a lot of the gaming industry is going toward AA because they can make games that are good with good content for the money. Because even if you have a lot of money, do you really want to just waste it on slop, or do you want to get something that's really good that might not be mainstream? And it really does suck because imagine if somebody else could make Star Trek games or make Halo games or things like that. You would have a lot better games. You would. Because there are people with real talent who have a real love for those franchises that would absolutely BTFO the people that are making it. They would. I mean, just think about it like this. If you know how passionate I am about Star Trek. If I were involved in a video game that about Star Trek, it would be my dream to be involved in any way in any of this. Simply due to the fact that I absolutely love Star Trek. I'm an adoring fan as much as I hate what the new stuff. A lot of what the new stuff is. It's still something very precious to me, and it really came out when I played Star Trek Resurgence. It was magnificent. Yes, of course it has its flaws, but it doesn't matter. The flaws give it texture and I don't even know how to articulate it, right? I just don't give a fuck about its flaws. They're there, I know them, and they're kind of funny on one hand and annoying on another, but I don't give a fuck because the game evoked so much passion and emotion from me for making the decisions that Starfleet officers make. I'm getting choked up just thinking about it. Do I save 10 billion Taconians who are in stasis, or do I blow them up so they can't be used as a weapon against us? That is peak fucking Star Trek right there. Oh my God. And so if I were involved in a game like that, I would pour my heart into it. my heart and soul, and I would try to make it the best damn game I possibly could, because I could not take something that I love so much and put out a piece of art or a piece or a game or something like that and it'd be shit. I couldn't do that. It would break my heart. It would break my heart. I would rather leave and stop and resign or whatever than be part of a project to make a Star Trek game and it'd be shit. I'd just leave. That's what I'd rather do that. I wouldn't want to be a part of it. And I tell you, man, Star Trek Resurgence, dude, it lit a fire under my ass, dude. Please make another game. Please. For God's sakes, make fucking 10 of them. I will give you my money. Charge me more money next time. I got it as a gift. I'll buy fucking 4 of them. I swear to God. I want more of it. If they make another game, I will buy it and I will give away keys. I cannot. Oh, like it stirs me. It stirs my emotions so much. It's hard for me to speak articulately while I'm doing it. So it's. I have a lot of passion for Star Trek, and it's one of the reasons why I started doing this. Where is it? Do I not? Ah, here it is. Well, I started doing this. Oh. Not like I don't think it'll ever come to fruition. But it's one of these things where I can't stop thinking about it. So I needed to write it down. And it's just a passion project for just like, I want to make an extraction shooter game in the Star Trek universe. Because I read one of the books, that's one of the best books in Star Trek I've ever read, is based on a graveyard, on a ship graveyard battle site, and how like all kinds of anomalies and all this other bullshit is all around, and there's this huge fucking story, but there's this underlying story where there are all these pirates operating in the boneyard that are juxtaposed to the Federation, and from, not only recapturing their technology, but also keeping it out of the hands of the pirates. And so there's all these ships that have all this dangerous weaponry systems, all this stuff, and the pirates are trying to, snatch it all, including stuff, and there's every species in the fucking quadrant is in this graveyard. Romulans, Klingons, Federation, Breen, Cardassian. I think there's even a couple Bolian ships. There's Vulcan ships. There's fucking Tellarite, Andorian. You name the fucking species, and there's probably a fucking ship there. I know there's Gorn ships there. I'm pretty sure there's Ferengi ships there. On both sides, by the way. Both sides. Because the Gorn are the Gorn and the Ferengi are known mercenaries. So you would literally have the Federation and the Dominion paying fucking privateers to fight in this battle. They would. And so that could be a really interesting way to tell visual stories in the game without having too much like fucking dialogue and exposition, is to have all kinds of ships in the graveyard, in the boneyard, and actually make them interactable and stuff like that, or, in general. It doesn't matter. I'm rambling now. But point is that I consume so much Star Trek as art that it has inspired me to do this thing, and I can't get it out of my head, and that's why I'm doing it. Anyway, moving on. But, I will say this. If Paramount likes my idea and they want to roll with it, I am absolutely 100% on board. We can start anytime. Yes, I know extraction shooters are on the downswing. I don't give a fuck. That's not why I'm making the game. And it's going to be more PvE than PvP. That's another thing that I think the extraction shooter genre is missing, is that it doesn't have enough good PvE, and that most of the games they're all PvP centric, for the heavy sweaters and stuff like that. And there's no real way for rando dudes who have, 3 fucking jobs and 10 wives and 45 kids to sit down and play a game like Tarkov and not feel like they're wasting their time. Right? So if you made more of a more PvE friendly version that was, that was still interesting to navigate, had all the loot systems and guns and all that stuff, but it was you're fighting pirates and other intel organizations and stuff like that on the ships, and potentially like, weird alien life forms, because of course I'd have to put that in there. Yeah, so it's, yeah, anyway, I'm going to move on because I'm just going to continue to ramble. Talk about my idea. Okay. So we were talking about the tariffs. Lazarus, what's up? PvE also fits more Star Trek meta co-op stuff. Yes, it's exactly that is exactly what I was getting into. Is that like how I would if I actually were able to make the game, how I would structure it is that the vast majority of the game is PvP up until the very tippity top end game. And then at the very end game, there would be PvE only places, but it'd be a lot more PvP arenas where it's like it's very dangerous. There's not only are there high level mobs here, spatial anomalies are everywhere. You would need all the best gear, Atmos suits, scanners, all that type of shit, just to be able to survive in a place like this. And not only that, then you add the PvP element. But on the other side of that, you could also have at the very beginning of the game, you start out at PvE. Then you're taught the game, and then once you enter the game at proper, where you're able to pick your missions and go on stuff like that, you would have a divergence. You could go just pure PvE path, or you could have a PvP path where it's the same maps, but it makes them PvP. It makes it to where you can do PvP styles extraction shooter if you want. So for people who are like the hard sweats, they could literally go to the PvP version. And now you're fighting pirates and other players, or you could stick to the PvE track and just fight pirates and players that are basically bots that are supposed to represent other players, as it were. Having both makes sense, yes. And I think that's what extraction shooters are missing, is because extraction shooters in general are missing is an actual just PvE mode where people who aren't super sweats but want to have like that kind of experience can just do their thing. And not have to be super sweaty against players, right? Which I think would be fantastic to get people into, and it would fit, like you say, more Star Trek style, where it's a lot more co-op adventure, which could be cool. Or you could go, like I said, you switch to the PvP servers where it's the same shit. It's just now you got to contend with actual players rather than NPCs that are controlled by a computer, right? So not only are you fighting pirates, you're also fighting. There will be other players in the PvP mode, but they will not be human controlled. They will be computer controlled, right? They would represent other players if you were like in the PvP mode, but in the game, I would represent them as like another faction. Like if you're playing Star Trek and Starfleet intelligence, maybe they're Romulan intelligence, or maybe they're Klingon intelligence, or fucking maybe they're Breen intelligence, any number of other species. Because even if you're allied, even if you and the Klingons are allied, if you're Starfleet intelligence and you meet someone from Klingon intelligence in the Boneyard, that doesn't mean you're allies, right? It could be, and we could have an interesting little system with that, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that, right? It's everybody for themselves in the Boneyard, right? So, and you know how Klingons are. You know how Klingons are. Anyway, so I just wanted to see this. The tariffs are causing a huge amount of Chinese people to lose their jobs, and now they're protesting the government in big waves. We're just going to watch a bit of this.
Pay my wages. Pay my wages. Workers at Shengdi Optoelectronics in Wuzhen, Tongshan City, Zhejiang Province are shouting in unison.
On strike, on strike. Suining Shangda Electronics is on strike, see?
The social crisis in China is worsening, with protests erupting across the country. Millions of Peng Lifa are rising up.
Things are getting out of hand in China.
Okay, so the only reason I brought this up, and I don't want to watch the whole thing because it's 25 minutes long, but one of the biggest reasons I brought this up is because this is the kind of shit that I predicted might happen with the Trump tariffs and him pressuring China, is that it would cause the country, no matter what China does, no matter how much Trump pseudo backs down, there's going to be a lot of people in China who are going to lose a lot of fucking jobs. And it's basically like, who's going to blink first, right? So it might not even be true, right? This could just be a normal thing that happens everywhere. There's a lot of fucking people in China, and this could just be a normal fucking factory shutdown, not anything to do with the tariffs at all. And I really don't want to get into that aspect of it, but it's just more of a general sense of people are reporting that docks in the U.S. are going to go barren. The last ships from China since the tariffs took over are coming in, and soon we'll have barren shelves and extremely high prices here in the United States. That might be true. It's entirely possible, in fact. But who blinks first? That's the question. Who blinks first? China or US? Don't know. We'll find out. I just wanted to like touch this because it's like this is something that I said would probably happen, is that one of the reasons he's going so hammer fuck wild on China specifically is to do exactly this. Because what can the chairman do because they've basically put themselves in a corner where if they back down at all, even if they save face, even if they are able to save face, it still looks like a weak move, and it could mean that the chairman gets replaced, right? And more than likely what's going to happen, this is my thing, more than likely what's going to happen is there's not going to be a revolution in China. That's not what's going to happen. What's going to happen is that the party is going to have a new chairman. That's what's going to happen. And the new chairman is going to hopefully fix the things. And the reason I say hopefully is because it's like this. It's like more than likely before China reaches the point before China reaches the point where revolution happens and the party loses control, the Chinese Communist Party loses control, someone within that party will conduct an inside coup and probably take Chairman Xi out. If not like actually murder him, but like, just push him out of the party. And then take over and then try to fix the problem so that the revolution that is boiling doesn't actually happen, because they basically built their entire economy to build shit for us, right? The vast majority of their goods come here. Yeah. Trump flip-flops all the time, so who knows? Yeah, and it's funny you say it like that because, yes, it's true, so who knows? That's like part of it, right? Because nobody knows what he's going to do, and it makes it very unpredictable. And so we're gonna have to see. And who knows? Trump is very flexible, as he likes to say, and totally does not look like a baby back bitch by backing down. No, he doesn't. Not even a little bit. The great emperor of Cheetos has spoken. Anyway, so yeah, this could be really bad for us too. Like, don't get me wrong. Like I said, empty shelves are not gonna go over well. I mean, the MAGA crowd is just going to, as long as this is good in the long run. And the thing about it is that, yeah, I do agree that if in the long run America comes out better, then pain now will be worth it. But there's no guarantee we're going to come out of the other side of this better. There's only wishful thinking and Trump shooting from the hip that we're going to come out of this better, right? So, who knows? That's the thing, right? Because, like, sacrifice today leads to better outcomes in the future. That's just a general human thing, right? That's the nature of sacrifice, is that you sacrifice in the moment so that you can get more reward later. It's delayed gratification is essentially what it is. This really isn't that necessarily. It's not. I'm comparing the two because if the Trump tariffs raise prices and cause empty shelves in some places, that's bad. However, if after we have that, and if it passes, and then we come out the other side better than we were before, and better than we would have been had we not, then it was a good thing. But we can't guarantee that that's going to be the outcome. And we know that. Because exactly as you say, it's not necessarily Trump is flip-flopping. Trump is notorious for being an unstable box shaker. And what that means is that he sees a chessboard in front of him, and what he does is he goes, that was a great move. And then he picks up the board and goes, and then sets it back down. He shakes the box. And he's completely unpredictable. This is why people make that whole thing about the reason world leaders dislike dealing with him is because he is so unpredictable. So it can be a good thing, but it can also be a bad thing. And the bad part is coming out with the stock market and stuff, because you need stability for the stock market to want to be nice to you, kind of deal. So, in fact, I think the only reason the stock market and Bitcoin and everything is doing so well relative to all this bullshit is because people who are business people and people who want to make money believe Trump wants America to make money. And that's what's essentially keeping us afloat at this point. Because the stock market is more psychology than it is anything else. Obviously, material conditions matter. But if enough people believe enough stupid bullshit, it will continue to make the stock market go up. Until material conditions force them to see reality, then the stock market could plummet. So if you can bullshit, and this is one of the funny things about, this is why when Trump lies about the economy, I don't give him much shit. Because when Joe Biden lied about the economy, I didn't give him shit either. Because if you're a good leader, this is one of the reasons why I don't want to go into politics. If you're a good leader, you will lie about the economy. You will. You won't just do it to make yourself look good. The reason you lie about the economy is because the economy, the stock market, is a excuse me, it is an emotion machine. It is based on the psychology of the humans that are interacting with it. So if all the humans hear you say, drill, baby, drill, the economy's going to be better than ever, you're more likely to get those gambling investors to just throw money at the stock market to try to make a bunch of money, which will in turn make the stock, not only make the stock market go up, but it'll also send signals to the rest of the business sectors that, hey, people are investing. Let's build shit. Come on, let's go. And it kind of creates this like cascading psychological thing where the stock market goes up. Everybody's like, hey, it's time to make money. Let's make deals. Let's do business. And the more and more that happens, the more and more it's bolstered by that psychological input. And then what happens is that eventually, but imagine it's like this. Imagine the economy's not so bad, right? It's not so bad, but it is going down. And then the president comes out and goes, yeah, it's not been a good report. You know, we'll do better next time. What's that going to do to the psychology of business? They're going to stop buying shit. They're going to stop building shit. They're not going to be building as much. They're not going to be investing as much because they know the economy is going down the shitter, right? But if the president comes out and be like, "Oh yeah, we're making it strong," everything, you know, and he just bullshits his way through it and just doesn't address the fact that the economy's shrinking, it might actually be better for the country as a whole that he lied his fucking ass off, right? So it's like this catch-22. Where this is like I said, I didn't give Biden shit for fucking. Okay, let me rephrase. Did I give him shit for it? Yes. Did I overly criticize him? No. But it's the same thing with Trump. Of course he's lying through his fucking teeth. That's the criticism. But it might be a good thing if you're lying about the economy because it'll keep the economy afloat, right? Because it's a psychological machine, not an actual like numbers one. Okay. Now the next thing I want to get on is now that I've been running my mouth on that, is this bullshit. Give Sin Go appears to say, okay, so there's been this bullshit. We covered it yesterday where this girl, lady, woman, single mom in someplace in the U.S. What's the name of it? Shiloh. Her name is Shiloh Hendricks, I believe. Yeah, so essentially oh wow, that's crazy. Anyway, so Shiloh is the girl who basically called a 5-year-old. Apparently, this is in dispute whether it's a 5-year-old or not. The N-word, and then called a Somali immigrant who was filming her also the N-word. He also happens to be charged with raping a 16-year-old and is supposed to be in court tomorrow for that. So that's just an interesting side bit. Why a man like that is at a fucking playground in the United States, I have no fucking clue. But that's beside the point. This is what I was talking about by being in contention. It's like, I don't know if this is. And the point is that the reason that this is happening, that she is getting all of this. Thing I need to point out, this is why all this bullshit is happening. It's not just the Kendrick, the black guy who ended up stabbing that white kid. The black kid who ended up stabbing the white kid over being in the wrong place, and he raised like $500,000. That's not the only reason this shit is happening. It's also, where is it?
Of hate, but a fear, a legitimate fear, they say, of quote-unquote jihadist terrorism, whether it's Fort Hood or San Bernardino or the recent truck attack in New York. What do you say to them?
I would say our country should be more fearful of white men across our country, because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country. And so if fear was the driving force of policies to keep America safe, Americans safe inside of this country, we should be profiling, monitoring, and creating policies to fight the radicalization of white men.
A lot of conservatives.
Yep. This is just one little tidbit, right? When you make up the majority of the population, of course, the majority of crimes are going to be committed by the people who make up the majority of the population. This is them doing what the people do about the black people are 13% of the population that commit 50% of the crime. She's doing the same thing, lying with statistics. That's what she's doing. And this sentiment right here, especially with that fucking smug ass smile while she says it, is exactly one of the reasons why this shit has blown the fuck up. It's this sentiment over and over and over again, and not being called out for the racist bullshit that it is. Because what percentage of all white men do what she's talking about? It's like 3%. 3%. Same, it's actually very similar to the numbers in the black community. What percentage of the black community actually commits crime? It's like 3 to 5%. He's probably referring to that. I know that's what I'm pointing out, is that why has this happened? But you got to remember, this isn't a new thing. How long have they been saying that white men are the problem? Like, I remember seeing like shit on Polygon, Jezebel, fucking Daily Beast. Oh, white men are the real terror threat. Blah, 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 blah. Just all this stupid shit. Like, it doesn't bother me because I know they're fucking lying racists. But the point is that a lot of people take a lot of umbrage with this. And so when they have a chance to say, fuck you, they do. They do. And I'm not going to lie. A lot of people have said if she had been assaulted for saying the N-word, she would have already gotten $1 million. She would probably have millions of dollars, in fact. And I probably would have given it to her too. You do not commit physical violence for words. That is not how our society is run. If you don't like the word, that's fine. If you think it's atrocious, that's fine. But you do not commit physical violence unless those words are an actual threat. Period. And if you do, you deserve to go to fucking jail. She considers that radicalization. I know. And that's the kind of bullshit I'm talking about, is this thing right here where it's just, and look at this. You're talking about a terror threat, and this is the smile you've got on your face. So are we talking about someone who actually believes this, or are we just talking about a fucking racist? Right? Now, to be fair to her, I often smile in the face of Islamic terrorism because I find irony in a lot of dark shit. I have a very dark sense of humor. So it could be that. It could absolutely be that. And people on the left do consider words violence these days. That is true. That is true. That is true. The N-word is violence to black people, but black people, like, hitting white people is not violence. We just got to remember that. We got to remember that. And there was another one I wanted to talk about. So we already did that. Fucking more Trump shit. I can't remember what it was. Oh, yeah. Okay, here it is. So, 2 Terrebonne students facing hate crime charges. 2 15-year-old high school students were arrested after using the N-word, amongst themselves in a video in Louisiana. There was nothing more to it. It was just an utterly non-threatening white freshman acting silly and repeating the same word, this popular culture filled with the ears a million times and openly repeated by non-white persons a million times more. Authorities in Louisiana charged them with inciting a riot and hate crimes. Louisiana in the United States. Now, let us verify this, shall we? Do-do-do. Let's give Grok the old. Let's see if there's more to it than that. Were arrested following involving using a racial slur. Curtin reports the students recorded a video in which one of them was using the N-word while addressing a black student. You gotta love how even Grok says N-word rather than the actual word. Threatening to lynch him and stating that he would not be allowed at the homecoming dance. The video was subsequently posted on social media. Oh! Threatening to lynch him. Now you can understand why they charged them with inciting a riot. I'm not gonna lie. Threatening to lynch someone is not free speech. It is not protected. This is a threat. This is an actual threat. And apparently they did it on video. So, this is why trust but verify. That's all they did was they just said the N-word just amongst themselves. The students were charged with hate crimes, including inciting a riot and cyberbullying. The incident sparked significant community outrage, blah, 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 blah. Such actions were unacceptable. The case aligns with information found on which confirms that the incident's authenticity is based on local news reports at the time. No further updates. Okay, so let's... Is that... And nope, it's not fake. 2000 high school, 2 white students. Point out the First Amendment angle. This should be a slam dunk for free speech since the Supreme Court has been clear. Free speech is protected unless it's a direct cite to incident. Just saying a slur, even a nasty one, doesn't meet the bar. But here's the rub. The local authorities can still throw the book at you if you want to make you an example, especially in climate of hate crime, blah, 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 blah. Motivated bias, but the inciting a riot charge feels like a stretch, more like a local school community overreacting. I mean, if they threatened to lynch him, that is a threat of violence. But I'm not seeing the article, the actual article. Does it not have any of the actual article? Source. Okay, content summary. Were arrested, inciting, repeatedly using the N-word. So they were repeatedly using the N-word while referring to black students on campus. Despicable. Okay, here we go. Racist comments about several African American students, and after the students recorded the video, it was posted on social media. Do they show the video? Can we see some of the video?
Proper.
No, they're just fucking bullshitting. We'd like to encourage blah 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 blah. So it doesn't actually say that they did the whole lynching thing. Two juvenile white males using the N-word now face hate crimes. Charged with inciting a riot. With a hard R, lovely. And the video zooms in on other school children who are black, I see. N-word right there. Oh, okay, so here it goes. N-word right there, N-word right there, N-word right there. N-words everywhere. I hate N-words. See, this is what I needed to know. This is free speech, by the way. So after they investigated, the 2 people were charged. Just because you are in the video doesn't mean you had anything to do with it or knew what they were going to say. Stories published before. Neither the school district nor the police department could share the footage because it's currently under investigation. Okay. Interesting. Just using racial slurs. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Meg Gatto.
Don't care. I want to see the fucking video. I want to see them.
Community.
I want to see a bleeped out video of them threatening to lynch a motherfucker. That's what I want to see. Because if all they said was the N-word, and I hate N-words, and look at that N-word over there, that is protected free speech. Should they be expulsed from school? Absolutely. But they shouldn't be charged with inciting a fucking riot. Basically, do you understand that they're essentially calling by saying that these kids were inciting a riot if they didn't threaten to lynch somebody? What they're saying is that black people are so fragile that a bunch of white people saying the N-word is going to cause them to riot. You realize that, right? That's what that means. Fucking progressives always being racist as fuck, huh? So we just read that one. Superintendent. Hard R. Okay, we read that one. So I don't know where Grok said got the thing where they were threatening to... Oh, is this it? Oh, they're not showing it. Okay. Use the N-word, pointing out Africans. Okay. Circulated online. 2 students were arrested on grounds of a hate crime. Like, they're gonna get acquitted if they didn't threaten to lynch people. That's just how that works. And they should sue these motherfuckers for doing this. In fact, the NAACP should sue them for thinking that fucking black people are so goddamn fucking inferior that they can't stand a few fucking bad words about them that they'd fucking riot. Fucking so retarded. If all they said was the N-word. If that's all they said and they didn't threaten to actually lynch somebody. Because if they threaten to lynch them, yeah, that's you're trying to fucking incite a riot, bro. Because that's next level bullshit. Absolutely. So it does look like... So I don't see anything in the articles about them saying they were going to lynch people. Where did you see they were threatening to lynch? I cannot find it. Articles. Are different saying mean words? Yeah, exactly. I apologize. Okay, the claim about the students threatening to lynch someone in the video appears to have been an overstatement, not directly supported by articles I referenced and other sources. The primary article reported stated that the 2 were arrested for repeatedly using the N-word while referring to black students, including charges with hate crimes, inciting riot, cyberbullying, blah, 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 blah. Fusion have stemmed from misinterpretations of the post, secondary discussions. So it does look like no primary source explicitly states lynching threat was made in the video. If it comes across specifically, okay, cool. So this is why you dig down, right? Don't immediately believe something. So it does look like this guy is not exactly correct, but he's more correct than he is not. Because they weren't just fucking chilling in their own little group. They were actually pointing out individual people and being like, that's the N-word. That's the N-word. I hate all the N-words, right? Let's continue to read. Except when it doesn't. The United States protects free speech as per the First Amendment of the Constitution. Except when it doesn't. When it persecutes white people who were saying things the system disapproves of. Numerous cases like this have flown under the radar for years. Since 2023, an amendment to Maine's Civil Rights Act makes it a violation for white people to cause emotional distress to non-whites. Man, I'm really glad I don't live in Maine, because I would absolutely be in jail. Because this is something that I would absolutely do. I wouldn't go around calling people the N-word. But if white people to cause emotional distress to non-whites, I know a lot of ways to cause emotional distress that has nothing to do with racism. I would violate this law. I absolutely would violate it. I would dare them to fucking charge me with it. I'd fucking dare them to. Yeah, their interpretation of, yeah, because it's so much hyperbole, their interpretation of lynch might not actually be still threats of violence. Yes, again, because these are people who say your words are violence when you disagree with them, but their violence is just words. It's not actually violence. Their violence is okay. Hyperbolic, insane, but they are reality. Blah, 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 blah. He's just bitching now. Okay, so yeah. When you have, like, I know you've all seen the mobs of fucking, like, there was this one video where there was a, let me see if I can find it. Mob beating white girl in air. See if I can find it. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, damn. She got fucking put out. But yeah, when you see shit like this and there's no hate crime involved, even though a lot of this stuff is probably racially motivated. These people aren't held accountable. You know, because this is not normal black people. This is not how normal black people act. Normal black people don't act this way. Normal black people don't walk up to white people and just fucking sucker punch the fuck out of them. You know what normal black people do? They're just like normal white people. They're fucking normal. And a lot of this is obviously posted out of context. Much of this is like fucking pushes racist propaganda. So I'm not gonna overly go over too much of it. I'm specifically looking for one. You know what? I'll just ask Rock. Can you find the video on X of woman being beat by a mob of other women at an air? Violent altercation. Yeah, this is the one I'm talking about. Yeah, this right here. So, leading to a violent altercation where a boyfriend attempted to shoot her. So, he's literally laying on top of his girlfriend as a group of black women are literally trying to assault her. And they do it like 3 or 4 times. And there's like a dozen of these motherfuckers, right? And you see this, and it's like, are those people held accountable? I don't know. But there have been so many instances where it's obviously been racially motivated, and the people who are responsible are not held to account the same way a white person would be if they done the same thing. This is why you get shit like this, where now you have racism having actual leaderboards. I remember seeing that on Reddit. I know the video you're talking about. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And like I said, these are not normal black people. Normal black people don't do that shit. I got black people who live all fucking around me. I've never seen any of them act like that. I've fucking gone to school with dozens and dozens of black people. Never seen them act like that. Like, do we get in fights at school? Sure. But I don't, like, none of that shit ever happened. Like, I live around these motherfuckers. They ain't like that. And it's fucked up. It's really fucked up, because the thing about it is that basically, because the news doesn't cover it properly and the authorities don't charge it properly, it literally does look like a 2-tier system. And what you're doing is you're lumping all of the bad actors in the black community with all the good actors in the black community, and you're making them the same. And so now the racists can't fucking separate them. And so it's just racism now. Because all black people are that way, apparently. Right? Because you can't, like, it's so fucking retarded. The left in this country, progressives, the left, blue team, cannot criticize non-white people. It is their Achilles heel. So if you are a non-white person, you can literally control all the Democrats and all of that party if you do it correctly. All you got to do is be a bad actor and relatively smart. And you can completely and utterly fuck them over and get them to bend the knee to any crazy shit you want. All you got to do is call them racist enough and they'll do it. And the reason it bothers me is because, dude, like, I have friends that are black. Like, I don't want people lumping my friends who are good, honest Americans with these motherfuckers. It's ridiculous. Like, think about it like this. When the Black Panthers rolled up armed to the California fucking Senate in like the 50s, was there any violence? No. Bunch of black dudes with guns. Scared the shit out of everybody. Nothing happened. How many times have you seen those videos of black dudes like walking down the street like armed to the teeth? They're just doing their First Amendment march shit. First and Second Amendment right there, baby. That's America. That's fucking America. I want to see more of that. And I remember watching a video of that, and this white dude in this big old fucking truck with like the Confederate flag and all that shit on it. They walk up, they're walking by this dude's truck, and he rolls down the window and goes, "Hey guys, I like what I see. Good job." And like 3 or 4 black dudes walk over. They're like fucking got AKs and all, fucking shit strapped to their back, and they just have a nice conversation. And this dude's like, I like what you guys are doing. Fucking First and Second Amendment right there, baby. Good job. And they're having a nice fucking discussion. And these guys, sorry, it makes me irrationally angry because you're taking 3 to 5% of the population and protecting them, and it makes the rest of our population think it's not just 3 to 5%, that it's the entire population. So, literally, the thing that they're doing, the protecting the minorities from the racists, is making everybody more racist. Because the bad actors in these communities are not being taken care of. They're not being properly held accountable, and they need to be. Sorry, it makes me so fucking angry. It's like every time I see on X, Twitter, whatever the fuck you want to call it, well, like some fucking stupid liberal progressive motherfucker fucking posts a picture of a black dude and his family, all of them holding guns. I was like, what do you fuckers think about this? And it's like, and you have all of these like MAGA people, libertarians, fucking people on the right, and gun people like me who are just whatever the fuck I am, just being like, fuck yeah, let's get some more of that. America! Yeah. I have the same reaction. I have the same reaction when I see a fucking bunch of white fucking yokels with a bunch of their fucking guns standing in front of a Christmas tree. It's like America. Fuck yeah, man. It induces actual racism on the right. Yes. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if subconsciously, or if literally that's their plan, is to make more racist because they don't have enough racism. It really feels that way because it's like, why would you do this when you know it's just going to make everybody more racist? Because people do have a fairness meter. Everybody can feel when something is unfair, right? This is why giving black people civil rights was a good thing, because having a 2-tiered fucking apartheid-like system where separate but equal is bullshit. We all fucking knew it. And that's why we changed it, because it's not fucking fair. It was never fair. It still isn't really fair, but we're trying. And doing this is only going to set us back. Protecting the people and not holding them accountable for their stupid fucking shit is going to make us all... Because, like, you got to think about it like this, dude. I was told this a while back by some of my black friends. And it's something that I've heard from quite a few people, black people who've been in the military or who live around a lot of white people. And it's basically this. It's that white people have been taking a beating and a kicking and a shit and been shit on for a long time, as far as like how culpable we are today for the shit that happened in the past. And they're actually afraid of what happens when white people start being race conscious again. Because it's happening. It's happening right now. And we're not ready for it. And it's like they said they don't fear the fucking stupid rednecks flying Confederate flags, calling them N-words and all that shit. They don't fear those guys. They fear what happens when all the bullshit, when all the shit that the media is doing to protect the bad actors in the black community makes normal white people race conscious again. Because the vast majority of white people don't give a fuck about race consciousness. Like, I do not have better feelings for someone because they're fucking white. That's retarded. Like, that's more retarded than I actually am. So I don't align with that. Because each person is an actual individual. I have more in common with most black men than I do with most white women. It's a simple fact. Because being a male and being a man, I have more in common with them regardless of the differences of our skin color. Like, you better believe it was easier for me to bond with a black dude on my fucking submarine than it was for me to bond with some fucking white girl sitting in the fucking personnelman's office. And this is something that I've heard quite a bit of. It's like it's because what's going to happen is that it's basically putting a lie to the colorblind shit. When progressives and all these other motherfuckers, blue team, whatever the fuck you want to call them, protect the bad actors in the black community from actual repercussions that they should be having, like charging them with hate crimes when they assault white people for being white. What you're doing is you're telling the general white population that, one, you don't give a fuck about them, and two, that you would actually protect criminals over non-violent citizens, or excuse me, non-criminal citizens, simply due to their skin color. And if you're going to pick skin color as a motivator, then why can't I pick skin color as a motivator? That's the question that's going to be asked. And because progressives and liberals have done such a shitty fucking job of arguing for liberalism and liberal ideas over the past, 30 fucking years, let's just say 15. It's because they can't argue back against the SJWs and all the progressives, right? Because they keep going down this crazy ass route. And they can't seem to criticize brown people when they do bad things. Because they haven't been able to actually articulate why liberalism is good and why not being racist is good without going fucking crazy ultra motherfucking progressive to the point where they're actually racists again. And they like I said, it feels like they actually want to create racists so that they can have something to fight. And here's the thing I want you to understand. If all white people were to become race conscious and band together, there's nothing anybody could do about it. If only non-progressives who are white do it, there's nothing anybody's going to be able to do about it. We have too much of the population. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Nothing. That's what. So beware the monster that you awake. Beware it. Because I don't know how many people are going to be like me who are going to resist. I don't know how many there are. But if I have to choose between a party that will allow my kids to be victimized and sweep it under the rug versus a party that won't, who do you think I'm going to vote for? Who do you think I'm going to vote for? Really funny if you go left far enough, you circle back to the right. Yeah, the horseshoe theory is real. This is why I say progressives are some of the most racist motherfuckers on the planet. Charging those kids with inciting a riot because they were saying the N-word is essentially saying that black people are so fragile that using a word will cause them to riot. If words make you riot, you don't belong in this country. This is not a place for you. You need to go somewhere else that's more akin to what you're doing, like, the third world. That's where you need to go. And this is the same for no matter your skin color. If you're white and somebody calls you a cracker and you're violent, you deserve to leave too. Like, this is a place where words are okay and violence is not. So if somebody says something to you and you commit violence, you are in the wrong. Period. Unless they are literally threatening you with imminent danger or bodily harm, or another person with imminent danger or bodily harm, i.e. saying things like, quote, "I want to kill you," end quote, would be a good way to say their words triggered me to violence. Well, of course they threatened your life. "I'm going to hurt your kids," quote unquote, is a great example of words that can be used to incite someone to violence that is completely legal. If somebody walks up to me and says, "I'm going to do some bad shit to your kids," they probably won't be alive in the next 5 minutes. I'd rather be judged by 12 than my kids be carried by 6. Simple as, dude. Simple as. There's no question. There's no question. And so you're gonna have to come to square that circle. I don't want to become an identitarian country, but that's where we're going. And there are enough white progressives who are so fucking beat down and guilty over their white guilt that they do make the white population smaller as far as like race wars go, if you're talking about that actual kind of thing. But we're still the biggest chunk. And let me ask you a question. How many non-white people do you think would side with the right? I think a lot of them would. Yep, I do. Because I don't think there are as many racists on the right as the left think there is. I think they've created a boogeyman. Because think about it like this. How much racist shit do you see from progressives when they're all Democrats and progressives all together? You see all kinds of fucked up shit. Communist flags, fucking Antifa flags. Like these are terrorists. These are people who want to destroy our fucking country. And they say all this racist shit. And they don't get BTFO'd. They don't get pushed out. But some fucking dude rolls up with a Nazi flag and literally at a rally that leans right, and every motherfucker will turn around and tell them to go away. You don't represent us. Why? Because the left has been able to use, the blue team has been able to use the racist beat stick for so long that almost anything that makes the right look bad will almost immediately get turned away. And that's not always the case, but a lot of times it is. A lot of times it is. They just vote blue because they do more for them. Currently, yes. And a lot of it is because they've been gaslighted into believing that the entirety of the right is racist redneck fucking chuckle fucks. Part of it. All right. We're gonna move on from this. I've had my fill, but I need to take a break because I gotta go pee. And I gotta deal with my son. So I will be right back after these messages from a break. Stay tuned for more right here at the Tango Hotel. Three rounds. Giving it to the lead boss. Most of the time, it's only 5 crates anyway. Sometimes it's 4, and sometimes it's 6. So, not much I can do about that. I'm going now, my friend.
Wait. Secure. All XCOM operatives are secure. Firebrand is returning to base.
Status confirmed. Mission accomplished.
Or more to the point. More to the point.
A flawless victory.
Except the one guy, right? Wait, no, I rescued him. Oh my god! Oh my god, we actually rescued his ass.
Clinics will be closed tomorrow for equipment upgrades. Initial report suspension of services.
I was getting mad, dude. It's like, holy shit. Tango's Hotel! Tango's Hotel!
Propaganda.
Just 3 wounded. Oh my god, man. Awkward funeral? Yeah, I know, right? Awkward funeral. Hey boys, I'm still alive. What you doing? I just sit back, buddy. You'll be alright. What do you mean? Don't put me in the coffin. I don't want to go in the hole. I want to go in the hole. Wait. I didn't go back and grab the dude. Oh no. He lived, but I didn't go back and grab him. I'm such a moron. Oh. Get wrecked. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry. Boom.
Charge plasma to full capacity.
Luna! Make it rain, baby. Oh my god, it hit all They're all on fire and poison. Screw you, buddy. Screw you. And I believe that's a double move. It is. Blade Storm. Oh! 8 to the face. Hello, buddy. I love how someone said it's gonna be crazy when they send all bullshit at you. And look at this. Look at this. They did exactly that. It's not Archons, but it's all in my face, all on top of me. Oh no! You don't get to do that. Raw to you too, asshole. Stay in your lane, butthead. Oh, please group up. Please group up. I love you guys so much. Oh! Rah! Damn, son. Get wrecked. What are you doing? What are you doing? Reverse it and mega eats. Nom nom. Yeah. Boys. Feel the power. Feel the power of the Templars. Summon the lightning, Mr. Wizard. Oh God, here it comes, here it comes. Okay. That was cool. That was really cool. Now if I only had Blade Storm, wouldn't that be awesome? Hi. And one more focus, so he's almost maxed again. That is hilarious. That was really good, dude. I might clip that, dude. I might use that as my thing. That was. There we go. There we go. There we go. Juicy rockets. Look at that. 1.92, 201. Oh, come on, man. Come on, I gotta take this. There's no way I can't take that. There's no way I can't take that. There's no freaking way I can't take that. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go, boys. Triple kill. This is what I do. Alrighty, boys. We are back, and we are going to be digging into something else here for a second. So we're going to talk about, that's right, fucking Trump.
Look like they're going to be screwed.
Hang on a second. We're gonna listen to Bill Maher here in just a second. Let me get his fat face on the screen so I can make a fucking clip of this.
And we haven't even gotten to the corruption.
Yeah, Trump corruption. Oh boy, this is big. Not only that, I'm pretty sure it's legal. That's the rub. Let's listen.
In part of it. You know, I mean, our finances look like they're going to be screwed. My savings thing went down. His are better than ever. Crypto. And also, like I read today, he's opening, they're going to build, Trump family's going to build a resort in the United Arab Emirates.
Yeah.
Can you imagine Obama doing that? Obama's in the resorts business now. No comment from the Republicans. That would have been okay with you guys.
That's the business he did before he was even in.
But he's president now. Of course, you give it up when you.
But he's not involved in his business. Eric runs the resort.
Shut up.
He's done.
Just shut up.
I mean, the thing about it is that this wouldn't be a problem if they hadn't been bitching about fucking Hunter Biden the entire time, which, by the way, I was also bitching about. So, yeah, it's not like this looks like it's above board at all. Not even a little bit. There needs to be a little bit of maybe investigation involved with this, perhaps. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit of that. Let's get some personal accountability going on, please. Pretty please.
It is unfair to criticize if the Trump business that builds resorts still builds resorts.
Fine with resorts if you want to, although it's a very thin skin. No,
it's not.
It's to be fair, that's the thing though. It's like one of the it's different when Hunter goes and becomes like this fucking board member of Burisma when we're involved with all kinds of bullshit in Ukraine, and it's not like he's been a board member of another fucking oil company or any of this stuff. It's not like this is like what he does or what the Biden what their business did. Like if their business is still doing exactly what it did before, but it just happens to be doing it with, close personal friends of the president that he's made while he's been president. It looks kind of fucking sus. I'm not going to lie. It looks very sus. But I understand there is a difference, but she's not wrong when she says it's thin. It's not wrong.
Thin skin. No,
it's not fine.
Crypto stuff is ridiculous and it's corrupt. It's a way to pay the president under the table in ways we do not understand and will not understand.
That is true. That is exactly true. Like you should... Dude, I'm pretty sure there were reports that freaking one of his sons started like this fucking club that cost like a lot of money to join, and they held a party and invited like all of Trump's cabinet and Trump. So if you want to be able to talk to Marco Rubio, for instance, well, all you got to do is pay one of Trump's sons, $1 million or so, and you can join his club, and then guess what? You get invited to the party where Marco is. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that just ever so interesting? Yeah, this is probably the least shady thing the El Presidente is doing exactly.
And so you should not.
Right, it's a way to pay the. Yes.
It makes it feel like, and I think we'll see in time, a coin-operated president. Like you can give him money and not know it, essentially.
Well, that's kind of what crypto is.
Yes.
Yeah, and the reason they're saying it like this is because essentially, basically Trump made a meme coin. And actually, I could probably ask Grok what's going on with this. But anyway, Trump made a meme coin, and people are able to buy it, right? And his top, the top 4 owners of his coin get like a private meeting with him and all this other stupid shit. And like the top 10 of them get invited to this big party and all this stuff. So you want to get a meeting with the president, you need to be in the top 4. If you want to go to a party with the president and all the people he fucking rubs elbows with, you need to be in the top 10. So you better get your fucking wallet open, buddy. Coin operated president. Yeah, it does. It doesn't look good. So let's, can you explain the Trump coin story? Let's see what it says. I forgot the T. Oh no, Grok. Oh no. I said the wrong thing. Let me edit that. Let me put the T there. Rumpelstiltskin. God help me, dude. Like, of all the things I've searched, Grok, you know how you should know this. Multiple ventures involving Donald Trump and various coins and tokens, primarily categorized as 2 distinct commemorative physical coins and a cryptocurrency meme coin called Trump. Trump physical coin. That's not what we're talking about. That's just he's selling stupid ass memorabilia, I guess. Blah 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 blah. Investment claims. Okay, so this isn't okay. Cryptocurrency. So there's actually controversy over the actual coins themselves. Not legal tender. They're typically sold to supporters as memorabilia. Okay. Okay. Controversies. High prices of these coins, often exceeding the market value of their materials, led to criticism. They exploited supporters. I don't give a fuck. If fools want to give their money to to Trump, I really don't give a fuck. Experts advise caution, noting that such collectibles rarely hold long-term value to standard gold investments. You should literally fucking know this. You should literally fucking know this. I'm just saying. If you're spending this much money on this shit, you should know this. And if you don't, I got oceanfront property in Idaho I'd like you to take a look at. I'm just saying. It's a scam. Yes. Pretty much. But the thing about it is that here's the rub. If you come up with a crypto coin that's a meme coin and you literally say it's a meme coin and people buy it anyway, well, then they're stupid. And that should be illegal. It depends on how you run it. Just as a principle, right? Still a scam though. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just saying that you should not buy meme coins. They are fucking stupid. If you want to buy a meme coin because you think you can get some shit over on somebody, that's a fucking stupidity version of you, and you need to fucking chill the fuck out. Physical coins, speculative, blah, blah, blah. This is a meme trend, and the meme, okay, launch. So, Trump coin, only official Trump meme and celebrating winning. The coin logo features a cartoon of Donald Trump raising his fist. A total of 1 billion were created, 20 million were released, 800 million were held by 2 Trump affiliates. Tokens are scheduled for a gradual release over 3 years. The coin's price soared. So it is funny that if you bought in at $10, you could have sold, you bought 100 of them, you just made $7,500. That's why people want to do this, by the way. Just in case you're wondering why somebody would buy a fucking stupid ass meme coin, that's why. Late January, it slumped to around 40. So the guy who bought it at 75 lost $35. And it traded, and in April 2025, it traded at 12 to 16, right back down, reflecting volatility typical of meme coins. Key developments, dinner contests. In April 23rd, 2025, the Trump website announced that the top 220 holders of the coin would be invited to a gala dinner. Now, it's not illegal for the president to have parties where he invites his friends or where he can invite anybody he wants. But it is kind of fucked up when you have a product that you can buy and it could essentially guarantee you the ability to rub elbows with the President of the United States. With the top 25, also we're seeing VIP reception and a tour. Selling access to the president. Yeah, this is exactly what it looks like. And the funny thing is, it might be entirely legal. That's the fucked up thing. I don't think our laws actually fucking cover this. I'm not really sure they do. Controversies, Trump's influence. Trump's ownership of 80% of the Trump coin, valued at over $20 billion at peak, raised alarms about conflicts of interest as the president has promised to deregulate the crypto industry, potentially benefiting his own ventures, of course. Ethics expert, blah, blah, blah. The single worst conflict of interest in modern history of the president. Dude, it's always... Dude, it's always the worst thing ever with fucking Trump, dude. It never fucking stops. They just can't say it straight. They just can't. I mean, is it worse than the conflict of interest that George Washington stole veteran land at the end of the fucking revolution? Land that was promised to veterans as payment for the revolution that they fought? Is it worse than the conflict of interest of that he stole millions of acres worth of land from these people? Do I really need to fucking bring the meme back of fucking Lincoln? Do we really need to do this? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, I understand it's a conflict of interest and it's a big one. But can we please stop? Like, everything is always the worst. Everything. So nothing is bad. It's the same thing with the fantasy shit I was talking about earlier. If everything is super mystical and magical, then nothing is. If everything Trump does is the worst thing ever and fucking worse than Hitler, then it's all meaningless. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's a way to make it bombastic without actually providing any actual, like, oh, well, let's break down every conflict of interest in modern presidential history over the past 50 fucking years. To be fair, modern history, so I misspoke when I said George Washington. I apologize. And Abraham Lincoln and all that, so. That was me misreading. That's my bad. That's my bad. So. But my point still stands. Just not in the same way. Critics argue Trump could violate the U.S. Constitution's emolument clause, allowing foreign governments and entities to anonymously buy tokens. Okay, that is actually really bad. See, I didn't think about that. I did not think about that. Well, it's a good thing crypto is utterly tracked. You can see everybody who buys and owns it, right? Insider trading suspicions. Large trades occurred moments before the coin's launch. After the coin's launch, including 1 million purchased 2 minutes after Trump's announcement, which later yielded $30 million in profit. Suggests possible insider knowledge, though no definite evidence of illegal activity has emerged. While investors, you should, like, I can't believe anybody who bought Trump's coin would be called an investor. That is the most retarded thing you could possibly do. And Trump-affiliated entities, over 800,000 wallets, lost a collective $2 billion in February. You mean a bunch of fucking dumbasses that did something utterly fucking stupid, 800,000 of them, in fact, lost $2 billion. Then yes, I would agree with that. But we need to change this. We need to change this right here to morons who are utterly fucking stupid and greedy. Either through sales at a loss or holding devalued tokens, this led to accusations of a rug pull and predatory scheme. That's all meme coins are. You buy them, you're dumb. I mean, I get the point that you're thinking, oh, I can buy it and then sell it when it's high, but the vast majority of people just keep holding it and it devalues, and then they start to sell it at the devalued rate, and then they lose. So ridiculous. The most brazenly corrupt thing the president has ever done. Okay. The Trump website disclaimed the coin is not an investment or security, aiming to avoid SEC oversight. The SEC has historically not regulated meme coins, but legal experts noted that the dinner contest transforms into a utility coin, potentially inviting scrutiny. I agree. Let's put some fucking SEC scrutiny on this shit and maybe get him to just sell it the fuck off. Because right now, I don't think what he's doing is technically illegal. That's why he's doing it, right? You got to remember, Trump is a systems exploiter. This is how he got rich. He knows how to exploit systems. And that is exactly what he's doing. This motherfucker knows how many lawyers? How many of them do you think he could write a check to and just be like, you know, help me out on this. Get me to do, let's do this the legal way so I don't get in trouble. You know, this gestures broadly reminds me of the Futurama bit where, well, I know a place where the Constitution doesn't mean squat. Yeah. That's funny. Provides buyers a joining class action lawsuit. The terms of the ICO prohibited buyers. So they basically signed a waiver saying they can't do class action lawsuits. That's lovely. Crypto insiders criticize Trump for undermining the industry's credibility. Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. How many meme coins have had rug pulls by this point? How many? You could shut the fuck up about your crypto insiders' fucking industry credibility. You can go fuck yourself. Likening it to scams that exploit speculative hype. This is exactly what it is. This is all it is. This is exactly what I was talking about. This is why dumbass motherfuckers buy it, is because they want to exploit the hype. And when you start buying it, it goes up. And then when the hype hits its crest, everybody starts selling. Yeah, the crypto industry has credibility. I know, right? Like this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like the level of hyperbole these motherfuckers use. Crypto insiders in one of the least trusted and credible industries on the planet are being used by the Washington Post, no, that's Wikipedia, excuse me, and MSNBC, talking about how robber baron era, bro, what do you... Like, am I taking crazy pills? This has been going on for years. This has been going on for fucking years. And the Melania and Lorenzo coin are saturating the market and diluting trust. Diluting trust. Gotta love that, dude. Skepticism. Others, including supporters, express frustration as prices fell. You are a fool. You are a fool. A fool. Frustration. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Celebrated the coin, later called it a joke after selling it at a loss. Yeah. Is that Rolling Stone? Is that symbol? Of course. Like, and I bet you it really. Oh, fuck you, Rolling Stone. Okay, there we go. Fast-moving crypto traders issued a warning. Pump it up schemes. Earlier in January, New York regulators issued a warning about pump and up schemes where creators and their associates artificially inflate the price of coins and then sell their own coins rapidly at an inflated price, reaping substantial. Huh. So you mean in January, New York regulators were issuing this because, you know, it's happened so many times before, right? Oh my god, dude. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, so we really need to get some regulation on this. This needs to... I'm 100%, this needs to stop. Because, like, the whole, you know, buying access to the president, it's like, that's bad. But this, allowing foreign governments or entities to anonymously buy tokens violating the annulments clause, that is dangerous. That is dangerous. That is really fucking dangerous. Well, here's my thing, Kimmer. If the only Kermie, excuse me, I apologize, Kermie 5. If all we get out of regulation is something to fucking fix this part, that's at least a fucking start. I'll take it. Because this is bad. You do not want this. This is what I feared about Hillary Clinton's fucking email server. Having classified documents on it, and it was unsecured. This is why I freaked out over it. Because I know how secret stuff works. As someone who was in the United States Navy and who worked on a fucking nuclear missile submarine and fucking maintained and operated a goddamn nuclear power plant. Like, the military takes that shit super fucking serial. Like, the most serial. And for her to do that just blew my fucking mind. And for people to fucking, oh, it's not that bad, blah, 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 blah. It's like, motherfucker, just stop. Just not going to happen, never going to happen. I can hope, right? Because see, here's the thing. The Democrats hate Trump so much, they might actually do something good to fuck with him. That's how the two-party system is supposed to work. But, you know, they're full of fucking idiots and fucking imbeciles with like a few people who are actually smart inside of them. So hopefully they'll get something done. Pete Buttigieg is making himself look real good. Real good. Real good. Yeah, so I wanted to touch on this because it's just like, this is something that's I haven't seen a lot of Blue Team talk about, especially in relation to all the immigration stuff. It's like, look, the president is violating things, and we need to talk about those things and quit fucking fluffing potential MS-13 gang members. Like, yes, they deserve human rights and due process. But you also have to win the argument. And using emotional blackmail because he's brown is not going to fucking work when there is enough evidence to at least tangentially associate him with a terrorist criminal organization. Right? We all understand this, but you're trying to win the hearts and minds of the voters. And you cannot do that. And I will absolutely 100%. Morning Joe the other day did exactly what I just said. They almost completely ignored the human element of Abrego Garcia and all that stupid shit. And they went, let's talk about the fucking court shit. Let's get into it. And they did it in a relatively well-explained way that a Luddite could completely, most likely understand it. And it was great. So good on them. Yeah, they are too ballless to actually do anything. I don't think it's that. I think it's that they're incompetent and they can't square the circle of trying to be liberals and pushing out the crazy commie progressives inside the party. The Democrats need to do what the Republicans have done, and essentially what the Republicans have done with the Nazis and the fucking actual white supremacists that exist on the right. And they need to do that with the crazy fucking progressives. Not all the progressives, just the really fucking crazy ones, right? They're stupid fucking crazy ones. Because there are people on the right that are completely fine, but they are fucking like radical, want to change the way our fucking entire country works and fucking all kinds of stupid shit, right? But they're not like white supremacist racists, right? So they're allowed in. They just have bad ideas, right? So you can have people with bad ideas in your party, but, you know, you might want to kick the commies out. Just saying, you might want to do that. It looks really fucking bad, especially to Cubans. And I just don't think and maybe it is because they don't have the balls, because that's what they'd have to do. So maybe that's right, just on the other foot, as it were. Okay, so I think I kind of wanted to talk about this as well, and then I think we're going to get into some games. Elon Musk on Doge findings. We found people receiving unemployment insurance with a birth date in the future. Okay. He's gone on Fox and talked about this stuff, and they've basically been saying, here's a lot of fraud that happened. My problem with all this is, and there might be a reasonable explanation for this, why is nobody being charged with a crime? Where are the people who are doing this? Who are they? Where did those checks go? Are we currently investigating? Are we not? I would assume that all of this stuff is being turned over to the DOJ and they're fucking churning through it to see what they can dig it up. And the reason they're not fucking showing any perp walks yet is because building a case that will pass muster in a court takes time. This is why even when someone is charged with murder for something, depending on what happened in the crime scene, it could take a while to get to court. Not even waiting on a spot, but just the fact that the prosecution and the police need time to investigate and build a case. Right? So we could be having what's going on is they find all this stuff. They turn it over to the DOJ, the FBI, all of the Department of Homeland Security, and they're investigating it further, finding out where these payments go, who actually collected them, which government employees authorized them, especially when they're talking about how, what was it? 20 million dead, marked as alive, blah, blah, blah. There was something they said on the Fox interview with there's something they said on the Fox interview where it was like that we were support that USAID was giving money, or the government was giving money for alpaca production in Peru or some shit like that, right? But less than 10% of the money that was allocated for that, whether you like that thing or not, only 10% of the money actually made it to the people in Peru for the program. The rest of it stayed in DC. Okay, that was a claim that was made. Here's the question. Who authorized that payment? Who got the money in DC? Why did it go to them? And what did they do with it? And the thing about it is, the reason we might not know this is not because the evidence doesn't exist, is because the DOJ is trying to build criminal charges against these people. Because you got to realize that some of this shit is probably the lightest form of fraud you could possibly commit, which means it might be technically legal. Because if no one's looking and no one's checking, and you write some ambiguous shit on a fucking thing and they give you money for it, is that really illegal? Maybe, right? It depends on how you do it. We all know that bureaucracies can be exploited. We all know that. Maybe there's a reason why we didn't have computer systems and all these things connected via one computer system. It might be because it was people trying to hide fraud, and they knew they'd easily be able to find it if they had an actual computer system that tracked all of it, because it would be easy to track. But it's not easy to track when you've got 3 different departments with 3 different computer systems, and all of it has to be done with physical paperwork. It's a lot harder to track, especially when one person's package is this fucking big. I think the evidence is in the same place where Mike Lindell's evidence about election fraud. Fair enough, because they're not producing any of it, so fair. But you got to remember. Let me please say this. There is a universe where they're just basically bullshitting, right? And they're lying, and there is no evidence. That's what this would look like. They would come out and say all this bullshit, right? And then there'd be no evidence. And then there's the universe where where they're actually telling the truth, right? There is definitely fraud. Yeah. But then there's a universe where Elon Musk and Big Balls and the rest of his Doge team are all telling the truth. And the reason there's no evidence is because the DOJ is still churning over the evidence. You got to get all the lawyers and police officers and forensic dudes. And, there's all kinds of shit you got to do, especially when it concerns white collar crime. It's not just some one detective putting stuff on a corkboard. You've got dozens of people working on these cases, most likely. And the reason they haven't released anything is because the investigations are still ongoing. And if they release names or departments or anything like that, it'll tip off the people that are probably going to be charged, and they're going to fucking abscond. Right? So in both of those universes, it looks exactly like this does. That's the thing you got to remember. In both universes, the one where he's lying and the one where he's not, it should look just like this. Now, to be fair, in the universe that he's lying, I think he would have a lot less direct numbers. You wouldn't be able to call out, in the retirement process, it's this, 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 this. And in this department, we found this, 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 and this, and this. And, they didn't have computers and all this stuff. It'd be way more ambiguous, right? It'd be way more ambiguous. Now, because he's a tech bro and fucking a lot of his, Big Balls and his boys are fucking computer nerds, maybe they know that. And that's why they have numbers and departments and things like that they do describe. And they're using that as a smokescreen for the fact that they're doing whatever the fuck it is they're doing that they're not supposed to be, that they shouldn't be doing, or that they're committing fraud on the government and us, right? So in both of those universes, it should look exactly like this. In some form or not exactly like this. It should look somewhat like this. Because if we were doing that, imagine tomorrow they came out and they said, we're charging this person for this crime. Well, not everybody else, it's the 20 to 500 people that might also be involved in that crime just bought tickets to Peru. Right? So, I'm going to bet the side where 99% of Joe spools out is hyperbole and exaggerate. Well, of course, some of it is hyperbole, but I wouldn't put it at 99%. I'm at 50-50 at this point because it really depends on what happens. Like I said, in both universes, the reason you can't be sure is because in both universes, this is what it would look like. Musk can just imagine up the numbers. True. Nobody who listens to him will ever believe that he made it up. I'd say that's somewhat true. No matter how much evidence you'll produce that he made shit up. There's definitely there's definitely a number of his supporters, a good portion of them that would absolutely be that way. 100%. True. But again, my whole point is, which universe do we live in? You can't know yet. You don't know. And then the funny thing is, it's more likely in between, where he is using a lot of hyperbole. They're bringing up a lot of ancillary examples that aren't really a thing. They didn't find as much as they thought they would because it was all legal, right? It's not actually fraud. It was all legal, but it is really fucked up what they're doing. And so there's no reason to bring out perp walks and shit because you can't charge them with anything. So maybe they're making a fucking giant chart and naming all the names of all the people who blew all your fucking money, but it was completely legal, so we can't charge them with anything. Maybe that'll get the electorate upset. And then and like I said, maybe it's probably more 50-50 where he is exaggerating. There are examples, but a lot of it was legal. The part that isn't illegal is being sent to the DOJ, which they literally said in the interview that whenever they find this stuff, they send it to the DOJ immediately, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. And then they're taking care of that. And that's why we hadn't had any of that, is because they're still doing an investigation and they don't want to give it up. Right. Still at 60, the 2020 election was rigged, and there's hard evidence, but yes, I know that doesn't disprove anything I've just said. I agreed with you. There is a portion of people who support Elon Musk that will believe him no matter what, even if he's lying straight to their face. Even if you're holding up evidence that he's a lying sack of shit, they'll always believe him, no matter what, or they'll believe it's not true. Yes, there are people still insisting that the 2020 election was rigged. There are. I do think there was funny business, but I think there's funny business going on in every election. Why do you think when election security became such a big deal that neither party fixed it? Because it would be a good thing for the Democrats to fix election security because it shows that they actually care. Oh, you think there was fraud? Well, let's make a system where we can't commit fraud. And then next time when you fucking lose, you won't be able to say this. Because that's what you would do if you actually cared about election integrity. And on the right, if you cared about election integrity to the point where your candidate lost and you want to get it fixed, then you would be pushing for shit to fix it, wouldn't you? They didn't do any of that, did they? So who really rigged the system? Well, the answer is they both did. Because it benefits both parties to have rigged systems where they have their strongholds. And it's basically whoever can cheat the best in the most legal way they can. So, but what you mean is that they think that Trump lost because they fixed the election so Biden would win. That's essentially what it boils down to. And yeah, that's fucking retarded. Essentially. I don't think it's impossible, but we don't actually have any actual hard evidence that there were enough shenanigans to change the entire election. It's really hard to create an election system where there's no funny business at all, but the funny business is pretty much irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. That's not true. That's not true at all, especially because of swing states. Okay, but you do have a point where it's hard to create a system with no funny business at all. But there is a great way, but you can create a system where funny business has so much friction that it's almost impossible to do and get away with. That's what you want. You want to create so much friction that only the most dedicated assholes will do it, and because only they would do it, they're more likely to get caught. Because they'd have to overcome so much to get to that point. The problems are structural. Some of the problems are structural. Yes, I agree. I don't know overly much about the voting system, so I'm not gonna sit here and pontificate endlessly about gerrymandering, voter registration stuff. Yeah, exactly. You're right. 100% right on that. That's true. I'm a big fan of voter ID, but that's because it basically sums up to like this. Before we had mass immigration to the country and a giant welfare state that would draw people here simply because we have a giant welfare state, I was okay with not having ID to vote. I would have been okay with that, right? Because yeah, you're going to have a lot of immigrants come, but they're going to go out west and build some fucking log cabin out in the woods, most likely, right? Or sit on the ancillary part of civilization and build it up. That's what they were doing. That's not what immigrants, that's not what the poor and the blah, blah, blah on the Statue of Liberty are doing here today. Right? We have a giant welfare system. Many of them are using it and abusing it. Many of them are coming here claiming asylum when they're full of shit. They're abusing our systems, and I don't like it. I want voter ID. Simple as. I know it will cause problems, and I don't give a fuck if it causes problems. If you're too stupid to get a fucking government ID, that's not my fucking problem. That's your fucking problem. Are you too stupid to get a driver's license to drive? Are you too stupid to get your fucking car registered to fucking drive? Well, then you shouldn't be fucking driving. 4 people in Ohio were actually living in Oklahoma is entirely meaningless. No, it's not. It's not meaningless. It's absolutely not. Because if you have enough of that and if you say it's meaningless, then the next time it'll be 50. And then you continue to say it's meaningless, the next time it'll be 100. Right? That's the thing. It's not meaningless. It's just not statistically meaningful. There's a difference. Okay? So these things are not meaningful in the grand scale, but that doesn't mean they're meaningless. Because you got to remember, dude, how many congressional seats are literally won by like 5 or 10 seats? Right? How many of these local elections are won by 2 or 3 votes? A lot of them. In where I was in Spring Hill, Tennessee, it was won by 10 votes for mayor and for a school superintendent. Both of them, 10 votes. So 4 people in Ohio were actually living in Oklahoma. They changed the election in Ohio, potentially, for local and state representation. That's bad. That's bad. And we should fix that. But those are not systematic problems, really. That misses the point of what I'm saying. And they are simple to fix afterwards. But the point is you want to buttress the system so it doesn't happen in the first place. That's all I'm trying to get at, dude. And this is one of the reasons I'm in favor of things like voter ID. I want to make it as secure as possible. And again, you need ID for fucking everything. So I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't want to hear it. Cause all the most vulnerable people that they talk about, most of them are on fucking like some kind of welfare system. You need an ID to get fucking welfare, dude. Of any kind. For me to get my fucking stuff from the government because I'm a disabled veteran requires an ID. I have to prove who I am. Like I had to provide all kinds of documentation, including my military records. Because of course. And I know these are different things. We're talking about a right guaranteed under the Constitution to be able to vote versus, all the stupid shit that I've been talking about. So there is a difference. There is a difference. I understand that. The point that I'm making is that we have a gigantic welfare state that draws people here who abuse our system, will abuse our welfare state, and abuse our amnesty system. Not our amnesty system, but abuse our asylum system to get these things, to get things from us, to take advantage of us. And I want that to be put to a stop. And you better damn well believe that there are people who will use that to take advantage of our voting system. It doesn't matter how big it is. It doesn't matter how small it is. We need to stop it. It needs to be not happening at all, period. We don't need for a big fucking thing to blow up in our faces for us to fix it now. Can't be done, really. That stuff happened here too. Practically everyone is eligible to vote automatically and stuff still gets counted wrong in every election. Like, bro. If the system has bugs in it, you fix the bugs. If a game has an exploit in it, you fix the exploit. You patch it. It's that easy. It's literally that easy. Yes, there are human errors. I understand that. This is why I want a better system. This is what I'm talking about. Yes, because they're run by humans. I understand that. Like, okay. Anyway, so it's funny because we were talking about this and they started talking about how people still believe in the fucking election being rigged, and they absolutely do. And so you are absolutely right that it doesn't matter if Elon Musk is lying, they will still fucking believe him. And they will still support him no matter what. Just like they will Trump. But that's not everybody. Everybody who supports him right now will not support him if it turns out he's actually lying and all the stuff that he said was fake. That will not happen. I will be extremely angry to the point where I would want to throw him in jail and take away all of his toys. All of it. Destroy it all. Burn it to the fucking ground. Scorched fucking earth. If he is lying and he is making all this shit up, that's what I want to happen to him. Yes, you should make it more difficult to exploit systematically. Thank you. That's my whole fucking point. And the system is already difficult to manipulate en masse. Exactly. And one of the reasons it's difficult to manipulate en masse is because of the county system. The problem is with that is swing states exist, right? And a swing state means that you could have a 10,000 vote difference that decides the presidency for the entire nation. So if you have voting rigged in one specific place that has a large enough amount of population of a state, of all the counties, and you actually rig the votes there, you could potentially change the presidential election. It would require extreme amounts of finesse, and yes, it would require conspiracy, but you could potentially do it. Now, you'd most likely get caught, which is why people don't do it so overtly, obviously. But that's what I'm saying. It's difficult to manipulate en masse unless you can, like imagine it like this. You have a scenario where you know you're going to win a set amount of swing states, and you know your opponent is going to win a set amount of swing states. There's only one real swing state that's really in contention, and whoever wins it gets the presidency. This thing has happened before. Now, it's really hard to see in the moment, so it's not likely to ever happen. I'm really making up a scenario here that's almost impossible, but not entirely. Right? And that's the kind of thing I'm saying is I'm basing it on a principle rather than a thing that has or will happen. And so if you ever have this edge case where there's only one real state that's doing it, and it's a state that has one of these where basically almost all the population is in one gigantic fucking city center in the middle, and the rest of the population around it is basically way rural, like farmland and stuff, so there's a lot less people, then basically the city will decide the president. Right, the entire cityscape, they'll decide the president. Most of them vote blue, right? So you could easily make it to where you could have voter suppression in that state to where you could not count as many votes for the rural stuff, even though the main population will still outvote them. There's a lot of ways to manipulate that system to create desired effects. And a lot of it is very subtle, right? Like, you know, pipes burst inside the building where the fucking voting is happening, so we got to come back later. Right, and then you've only got 2 hours to vote, and there's people have been waiting for hours. And what do you think that's gonna do? Reminds me of the one movie where one man was the last to vote and had to decide before he was the tiebreaker. Yeah, the U.S. election system is pretty wild, but the actual vote counting bit is really robust. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. We have political watchers from both parties watching the vote counting. Most of the counters are either politically neutral or they'll have a similar split between the two. Yeah, you're right. For the vast majority of it, it is straight edge as possible. And the reason it should be that way is because that leaves little doubt. So you can't have people like the fucking Trump-a-lufficus screaming that the election was rigged if you make it secure. But a lot of the insecurities in the system also involve voting machines that have been shown to relatively be easily hacked, or they have their firewalls can be bypassed easily, or they actually do connect to like machines on Wi-Fi networks or outside their normal network and stuff like that. That brings doubt to the system, which gives credibility to the rigged notion. So if you don't want those accusations and you want to be able to prove that they can't happen, it needs to be that way. Which is why I waffle on the paper ballot thing. I do. Because electronic voting machines are one of those things where it's like, it sounds really cool, but it leads to a whole nother problem with the system, in that there is a hidden door where all the votes go, and then they come out the other side, and we don't know what's behind that door. And if you're wondering what I'm talking about the programming code that the voting machines use to do all their stupid shit. These are proprietary properties of people that make the voting machines. So I don't think the government, nor we as the population, have access to know how all their internal bullshit works in there. But again, I'm not a super expert or anything, so I wouldn't know. About massive election reform, and nobody wants to do that. The problem is not the swing state. The problem is the scenario where you have a singular swing state, and if you're able to not rig but manipulate the vote in such a way that it moves the needle 1 or 2%, that's 20,000-30,000 votes, right? And that could decide an election easily. So it's a very narrow scenario that's not likely to ever happen. But if it ever does, we need to have a system that could deal with it before it ever happens. That's the point. You want to come up with scenarios where you may have problems and then fix those problems before they ever show their face. And the problem, and then here's the thing. It's like, imagine if you built a voting system from the ground up today. Would it look like the voting system that we have? Some of it would, yes. Some of it would not. And on that note, I need to go get some coffee, and then I think we're going to play some Last Epoch. So stand by to stand by. We shall return right after these messages from a bright screen. Stay tuned for more right here at the Tango Hotel.
I mean, we probably should get everybody moving and just move them all. It sucks, but we can easily get back up. Holy shit, did I just destroy that entire wave by myself? Oh my god, I did. And... gotcha, bitch! Have it! Bee grenade. We'll work out the details later. But I need to figure out how I'm gonna blow that up before I blow it up.
Let all the humans suffer your wrath.
Blaze? Blaze? Bruh? Are you okay, man? you got a little anger to get out there, buddy? Holy shit. Dude.
Good copy, moving on target.
That's a bit much, don't you think, sir? Holy shit. You know what? That's... Richard. Can you believe that? Okay then. we're just gonna drop on down. How many times have I been here? Like 3 or 4 times already? Trying to hunt down Xenos scum. Hey, it's slime. Oh my god, the slime dragon and I are at the same level. Woo! It would be really nice if I could lock on this dude. And that, my friends, is a successful butthole.
Let's bring the rain, baby. Bring the rain. 8.8 towel deflection. Where's it gonna go? Boom! Where's it gonna go, baby? Oh! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kills.
Visible here.
Boom! Oh, 2 damage, 2 damage, still damage, still damage.
Thousands to go.
Oh, life bars are blinking. Here we go, baby. Blaze! Lay it down, home slizzle.
Let all that legion suffer your wrath.
Never kill.
My only hope was to snipe and kill the sectoid. He could easily run over here and kill Joker. Right, Joker's got 14 mobility. Yeah, look at that. He's got 15. Okay, here we go. Don't kill him. Oh, that is freaking juicy, baby. That's juicy. Did he just? No, he's bleeding out. Okay.
Do you even care about me?
I foresee the anguish.
That's actually quite bad. That is even worse. That is even worse.
Galactic stars, layers rise to the beam. Crucify, kill the void, kill the glide, dragons fall, light display, heroes void, legends made, legends made, legends made, legends made. Stardust trails, endless night, weapons gleam, ready to fight. Beasts roar, echoes loud, victory near. Crew is proud, unleash fury, battle will.
Safe position taken.
Back to back, conflict might, dragons crush, endless fight. Ash and bone, triggers loud, victory near. Crew is proud, unleash fury, battle will. Galaxy, battle will, galaxy. This so deep, world's proud. Lost road, battle will, galaxy. Explode.
Alrighty, boys, are you ready for this? Are you ready? Why is it not showing up? Oh. That's why. Hey, there we go. Alright, Lightning Wizard, let's go. That's a bit loud. Turn that down. Yeah, that was a bit loud. Alright. So, we haven't changed our build much since the last time you saw it. I did try out Black Hole again, because there's a thing here where it says Black Hole casts meteor every second, but consumes meteor's mana every second. Problem is, my meteor costs 106 mana. Not that bad. But it does... Well, let me show you. It does a multi-strike. Like 6 of them motherfuckers. It does a lot of damage. Problem is that when you cast it with Black Hole, it only drops 1 meteor. It doesn't actually cast it. Like it's this. It's just one of them. So it takes the whole mana cost for having all of that bullshit, but none of the benefit. It's really shitty that it did that. Really, really shitty. So we are trying. We're doing the empowered timeline. So we are working our way up the empowered stuff. So this is the first time I've actually done an empowered one, and we did one of the cemeteries. We put a bunch of these bad boys. I got all this nonsense. So we're gonna see what goes on. We're gonna make it happen. Let's go. Now we're at level 100 and corruption 100. So the rift itself is level 100. Oh shit, this is boss fights. Yeah, so it's level 100. I'm 92. Oh fuck. Nope. Fuck that shit. Oh, no, he got me. He turned on me. No. No. Oh, come on, come on. He's got like 2%. Let's go. Gotcha with lightning blast. Bitch. Another shitty helmet. 2 shitty helmets. 3 shitty helmets. Oh my god. 12 decks. Nice. I must just not be getting all the good legendaries. That's why I need to up the corruption. Right? Anyway. Let's see. Gain haste and 22% in throwing attack speed. Oh,
yes.
Well.
Take care.
Wunderbar. Overgrown graveyard. What's that one? Oh, it's because it gives me a point when I do it. Okay. So yeah, let's do that. Yeah, these mobs are actually quite hard. Oh, this is what's going on. I see. See how it hits my my friends as well? Okay, so now I need to go up into these places. All right, let's see what we got. So this is the northeast. I need to destroy something. Oh, we got it. Okay, sunflower. Yeah, Static Orb still does a lot of damage. Hell, the only reason I still have Static Orb is because it's great for getting a lightning Aegis on. Because I have like a lot more damage with lightning. It gives 75% on its own, and then I have this bad boy. It gives me 48% on top of that. Multiplicative. Good thing Meteor stuns them. Oof. Oof. Does it hurt, motherfucker? Does it hurt? Looks like it hurt. Yeah, it definitely hurt. Get wrecked. Nice. Tomes of Experience. Wandering spirits centered on a gravestone at the targeted location instead of you. Ooh. Ooh, that's kind of sexy. Gravestone grants allies within the 12 meters and 50. The gravestone grants allies within 12 meters 15% more necrotic damage over time. Against cursed enemies. What a fucking thing. 15% increased reveal rate for wandering spirits. That actually seems to be a good idea. Yeah, that seems really good. And it's 15 spell damage, and it's fucking got 1 legendary potential. Wow. And 2 of them dropped. Both got legendary potential. So yeah, it centers on a gravestone. Wandering Spirits is a pretty good spell, but I've never liked it just because it's one, it centers on you, and it's got some weird shit going on in it. Loot lizards, baby, loot lizards. Art of Hate. This one, Heart of Hate. Oh, I might not have another one, that's why. Always drops a unique or range caster weapon. Okay. Nope. Slay the Drakwall, the Drawl Queen. Here we go. Oh, so it's just the boss fight.
cannot do that.
Whoa, that was a lot of mana. Oh, almost got stuck. Ugh, smacked me right in the face with it. There it is. Boom. Boom, blaze, greetings. All right, what we got? Relic. Ugh. 2 of them. Fucking 3 of them. Wow. Fire pin. Just making sure. There we go. 117% increased elemental damage. Might be because it's a scepter with minion damage on it. That might. Yep. Alright, let's get more loot lizards. So loot lizards and your echoes always drop a unique item and double the drop chance to drop their tail. I don't know what their tail does. I don't give a fuck. That was fun. That was really fun. Alright, so we can already defeat the boss. Let's get these 2, and then I might do that set right there. Because you gotta remember, the higher the corruption, the better the loot. Whoa, shit. I don't understand how to fight this. I don't understand what's going on. They're like stunning me from far away. I have no idea what the fuck is going on. Like it looks like it looks like it's like PvP or something. Like he's a rogue. I just got to play keep away. Okay. Oh, he almost got me. No! No! God damn it! Come on! Apparently I got one of them. Got one. No! What the fuck? Did I not put it up on Discord? Oh, I didn't do Discord this morning, did I? Fuck, dude. I'm so sorry. I don't understand what the fuck's going on here. Why can I not kill these? Why can I not kill this fool? Like, I know he's a fucking stupid ass rogue, but how is he able to just lock me down? Just like that. All right, let them fight a little bit. Let them fight a little bit.
I can.
No! Shit! Oh, he escaped! No! Dude, he did more damage than I have a fucking H. What is this? What the fuck, dude? That is some, like, bullshit, man. That is really some bullshit. The fact that he could just immediately teleport on top of me. All right, now I'm not fighting a rogue.
I cannot do.
Now I'm just fighting two bullshit primalists, I guess. Guess I'm not the only one that can drop shit from the sky. Oh, now I have to. Okay, so we still got to fight the rogue.
I cannot do that.
Like, why is my shit not stunning him? Like, he can instantly stun me, but I can't stun him. Look at this. Look at this, dude. No stun. And all I'm doing is fucking casting it. This is ridiculous. What the fuck am I supposed to do? I just have no defense against this. That stunned his ass. Oh, come the fuck on! He did that. He does the attack. I teleport and the attack still hits me. Dude, what is this bullshit? Yeah, that makes me really mad. I forgot about that. I might do that. Of course, he immediately fucking jumps out of it, dude. Like, this is some, like, cheating level bullshit, man.
I cannot do that.
Like, both of the other dudes, the Primalist and the Warrior, can't like, wow. Like, did you see that? Just the immediate stun. I don't know what to do.
I cannot do that.
Shit, I shouldn't have done that. No, god damn it. I timed it wrong. Dude, I was in the middle of an evade and he fucking stunned me. like, fuck you, dude.
I cannot do that.
No! What the fuck you did? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh, get the fuck off me. Get back, motherfucker. I got him. I fucking got him.
Do that. I cannot do that.
And don't get killed by the Primalist.
I cannot do that.
No! No! Literally got pulled back as I evaded. How stupid. Oh, but my giant stun ball doesn't do shit to them. Oh, of course not. That would make too much fucking sense, wouldn't it?
I cannot do that.
Come on, buddy. Okay. Every 3 seconds, your next movement skill does 37% more damage. It's an interesting boot. No legendary potential though on neither one of them. Got 13 intelligence on it. Ward per second per necrotic resistance. So that would be 26. All right, so I figured it out. Next time, hopefully I won't fucking die like a bitch. That was rough. Thank God I don't play hardcore. That was rough. Find the King's Vault. Okay, it's gonna be a lot of loot lizards here, boys. Oh my God. Look at how much HP they have. Escapes underground when they hit 0 HP. Oh. Does that mean I don't get any experience from the lizards? Maybe I'm just supposed to avoid them. Yeah, one of the main things I did to the static orb was make sure it had a lot of stun potential, so that when I used it, it would stun dudes as well as give me lightning aegis so that I could use Meteor properly. Because Meteor takes a little bit of wind-up time, and if I can stun a dude in place while I wind it up, then it's boom-tastic. Snatch that bad boy. Oh, we got mortal. Ooh, look at all these boxes. Holy shit. We're just... Oh, fuck. There's loot lizards.
I cannot do
I didn't realize there'd be one in every box. Shit.
I cannot do
that. Don't let him get away. Shit. Nice. Spell critical strike. All right, what else we got? Shit, no! was holding the wrong button. I was like, why is it not going in there? I'll take one of you. That'll be fine. We're gonna sell the rest of this bull. Ooh, we picked up a ring. Look at this. Stun duration, increased stun duration, increased duration of stun received. Using a potion cleanses stun and freeze. Increased fire damage. Fuck you, man. I can't ever get anything fucking. Wow.
Yes.
Why doesn't it say like 5,000% increased lightning damage? Give me one of them. Give me one of them, please. All right, let's try that again. Can we even do it again? We can. All right. This is gonna be interesting. We got to be careful of the loot of the other lizards. I didn't know their shit did so much damage. It stunned me and then I immediately died. I was hoping to delay them a little bit by killing them. Okay. Oh, is there only going to be one because I died? That sucks. Fuck, dude. Man, that's kind of shitty. I mean, I get it. I died. So fair enough. Fair enough. But it still feels like ass.
Do that.
Like I would have been really pissed if I'd have gotten killed by that on a hardcore character. I'd have been so fucking mad. Ow. I wasn't expecting it to be like that. Fuck off me. Fucking same goddamn scepter, too. Can't escape that damn thing. I guess that's it. There's not really else to do here.
Fools. Fools.
How many of them I just killed, dude? Crazy. More loot lizards. More loot lizards. Okay, that looks like we're good to go. It says I have all the stability, right? So what I'm hoping is that I can go buy another one of those. I have 20,000. I can go buy another one. And do it. And this time get some really good loot. Yeah, they're a lot fucking harder this time.
Fools.
Are we done here, boys? Are we done now? Excellent, excellent. Got a big boy over here. Oh, fuck. There we go.
I cannot.
Ouch. So insane how much damage I do. But I'm actually able to still do this at this level. I'm 92. These are level, not only are they level 100s, but they're also 100 corrupted. They have 100 corruption, which means they do more damage, have more HP, all that shit.
Fools. Fools.
Oh, that's not good. All right, what are we looking at? Still got one left. All right. Bit of drive-by. That's why teleport is so good, man. Gets you out of all them sticky situations so you can actually round them up. Where do I need to go next? Okay. Yeah, for some reason my Discord thing wasn't on my checklist and I have no idea why. It's just pure lightning. More power! And we're good. Wait, what? Wait, so I don't need to do the other ones? I can just go ahead and do the big one? You don't need to do all the previous ones, you just gotta beat the boss, is that right? It is funny to see, man. Just one meteor. Boom. Juicy. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a harbinger. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was bad. I teleported right on top of him. Trying to grab the loot just in case I die. Yet. That was a miscast. Okay, there we go.
I cannot do that.
Oh god! Don't run into it. Oof. This guy's got a lot of HP, man. Ooh. Yep. 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 Gonna do it again. Very nice, very nice. So, experience, unique drop rate, ornate idol. Right now I have adorned idol, which are these. That's ornate. 64, 40. I think I want to keep it. Yeah. I want to get another one of these, but have the lightning damage and the fucking lightning you just damaged. That would be really great. Alright, so we got a Harbinger Eye. Nice. That was the first time I faced off against one of those bad boys. 2 of the same ring. Okay. All right.
I'll be honest. I wasn't sure I'd see you again. A second harbinger.
Oh, so it's the second one.
By your hand. You do it again. You kill more harbingers in as many different... You mean besides taking down the... Pardon my anger. It was uncalled for. I wish it was as simple as luring them to the same trap over and over. They replenish their... We have to strike at the source. Their leader, Aberoth. Without him, they would be directionless. And without a... Lure out and kill more powerful harbingers in their eyes. Hold. You know all that you need to know for now. Just focus on the task at hand.
Different timeline at 125 corruption.
Third harbinger.
Okay. Let me see. Ring drop rate. Where is me? Okay. Got a game guide. All right. Does it not show? What a dumbass game guide. Thanks, bro. Okay, so Fall of the Outcasts has idols, glyphs, experience, and gold. Stolen Lance helmet has item drop rates. Catalyst, shield, relic, ring, belt, quiver, so. Black Sun, health, void resistance, flat dodge rating, chance to ignite on hit, spell damage least his health. You know, I could get the crit. I could get crit multiplier again. I could get the better version. Right. Blood, Frost, and Death are weapon drops. Ending the Storm is resistances. Flat mana. Ward per second. Okay. And then Fall of the Empire is Ending the Storm, yeah, so it's shard drops. Dragons is resistances, crit avoidance, resistances. Chance to slow on hits. Nice. Okay. And then more gear. And then Age of Winter is more resistances. And fire is more resistances. Okay. Sweet. So, let's actually run this one. Oh wait. Hang on, wasn't there one more of these I wanted to do? Yeah, I think there was a set item. Yeah, right there. Arena Key of Memory. Nice. Okay. Also need to go to the Weaver place. Buy some more of the. Whoa, he's got a lot of HP. My staff have one to all elements. It's got mana on it. This one. Another one, dude. Wow. Wow. Okay. Direct, bitch. I didn't realize I actually teleported up here. So good, isn't it? So much lightning. Where are we at? Oh great, we're all the way down on the other side of the map. Lovely. I love when that happens. Yeah, I too can be a jackass. For sure. Wait, really? I could teleport up, but I can't teleport down? That's fucking ridiculous, dude. Just stop. Dude! Fucking cheap ass. Motherfucker! He dead. We got him, boys. We got him. Trying to be mana efficient at least, you know what I mean? If I gotta use one for every single fucking one, then I might as well make it worth it, right? That's a fucking loot lizard. That's a dead loot lizard. Boom, got fucking 2 of them in that one. Same fucking... Ugh. Hate those gloves, man. Oh, I never actually looked at all the stupid shit I picked up. Trying to run from the boss, did I? Okay. Product spells. Okay, it's the same bullshit as always. Oh damn, look at that. It's another one. It's got more spell damage on it. I do wish I could find another staff to do this to that had mana on it. That wasn't such low spell damage. I'd love to do that one, but the max I can roll is 47. I can't be having that. I can't be having that. That's too low. All right, let's see what this fool's got. Same shit, different day, huh? Ooh. Got 2 of them. Look at that shit. Mana and mana regen. That's what. Alright, we're ready? I was like, I bet you we got another one of them fucking things up there. And there you have it. Ooh. Interesting.
Yes.
Priest fire damage. No legendary potential. I'm getting rid of that.
Take care.
How's my legendary stash doing? All right, we're. That it? Alright, good. That's all it's got. Do another rune removal. Boom. Throw that bullshit on the ground. Throw it on the ground. Alright, okay, yeah, we move on. You know what? I should pick these up. very least, I'm leaving gold on the ground. And I would never not run over and pick up the gold, so. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Amazing barrel, greetings and salutations. Doing well, sir, doing well. Forgot to do Discord this morning and I'm kicking myself. For some reason it didn't... For some reason it wasn't on my checklist and I don't know why. Because I checked everything off except the one thing that I need to do later. I just apparently didn't have it up. I mean, right there it is. Checked off. Might have been checked off yesterday. That might have been the problem. And I didn't recheck it. There we go. It'll definitely be done tomorrow. Boy, I say now, boy, you get on out of here with that bullshit. I don't need to see none of that. Play enemies to find the unstable rifts. We can do that. Okay, I was like, we are in the empowered timeline, right? Didn't go through for some reason? Oh, no, I'm pretty sure I didn't do it at all. I don't remember doing it. Let me see. Well, I've already closed all of that, so. Yeah, I just don't think I did it. I don't think I remembered. Sucks to be me. Yep. Oh, fuck. Nice. Kitty amulet. Kitty amulet. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's got 2 ledge potential on it, though. That's really good. I would still lose damage, and I would still lose War Decay Threshold. Because it's like, I got elemental damage over time, lightning damage, plus elemental critical strike, and then fire aura. I can only put 2 things on that belt. 49% increased fire damage, dude. Jesus. Wow. +5 to Elemental Nova. Elemental Nova is always tri-elemental. 1% of elemental penetration with Elemental Nova per 10% uncapped total elemental resistance. That is pretty good. Yeah. Because the other helmet makes it, there's another Nova helmet. It's the one that makes it castable at a location. That's definitely not it. Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to do both. That's the one. Elemental Nova is now cast at the target location. What's up, home Swizzle? Nope. Damn. Oh, he's got the bubble. Got the fucking bubble. I don't want to hear it, bitches. Give me your loot. I said it's mine. We got this set. That's a nice, damn, 2 legendary potential on that bad boy. Next. What I don't know is where this shit went. That's where the other one is. %28 increased mana. Fucking A, dude. Non-caster. Non-wizard, I guess. Mage, whatever you want to call it. It's a tiny club, boy, and you ain't in it. Bam. Oh. Alright, where you at? Too many champions at once. I got it. Okay, good. Oh, we got a big boy down here. As he was getting up. I love the comedy when they just fall over. So good. Frostfire Caverns. Excellent. Boots. More shock boots. More shock boots. So I could potentially get this. If I could find one with 2 legendary potential on it, I can, or more, I can get it better than that. Because I could find, I have boots with like 13 intel on them. Spell fire damage. Jesus Christ. That's a crazy one. All got legendary potential. I don't really. Nah, I don't care. This one I definitely want to keep. 2 legendary potential on that bad boy. That's gonna be sexy. That out. Wait a second. What the fuck did that say? Oh, with smite. Okay. 80% increased lightning damage. Everything else is just kind of mad because the other 2 damage things are for smite. Nah, I'm good.
Take care.
Yeah, we got that one legendary potential on that. Like that one. Is there another one? No, get rid of that. Definitely get rid of those. Stuff that's already been used up. +2 to fireball. That sounds great. That's still got Weaver's Will on it. Oh, that's why I'm keeping that. Is just in case it's got. I can re-roll it or something. That's the one that's got legendary potential. That one doesn't. Does. Keep that for the lulls. Throw these in the garbage.
Yes.
Trash bin.
Yes.
All right.
Take care.
Time I got rid of them. All right, let's go. 2. Haven of Silk. Now let's see if I can buy any of these bad boys. Oh, I need to stand up.
The Weaver accepts you with open arms, traveler. How may I aid you?
All right, so I can buy Grand Brewery. Heart of the Hive. Farsight Turtle. Woven Vessel of Chaos. Okay. So I guess we just do one of these. Where just buy the one I want, right? Always drops a unique piece of armor. I got 10 of those, dude. Wow. Filled with shrines. That's how you get the loot shrines. So I can't buy the one. So I can't get another one. Oh, the Draw Queen. Here we go. 2,500. Oh, I can. I need more stuff. Okay. Only have one of these. Unclaimed Trove. 3,500 for that. Okay. Cool. So yeah.
I cannot do that.
Did we get another point? We did. Sweet. So yeah, next we're gonna go for Loot Lizard spawn rate. Loot Lizard from caches. Because they're just like a fucking loot pinata. So that's what I want. I want loot pinata right up down my face. It's not like I can't like redo all these buttons. Okay. Let us go back to Oh, I didn't notice that. Let me fix that a little bit. So. Apparently the top of my head's getting cut off. I changed this so I could move, so I could fix something. As far as like my camera goes. Because I've got like a little table here, and I used to use a green cloth on it, and it was so fucking annoying. I eventually just decided to just make my camera smaller. I did it because I wanted to be able to like gesture in big ways so you can see my hands, but it's not like I need to do that. So. What's up, Flamin'? How you doing, buddy? How you doing? Okie dokie. Rare bows and quivers. Or... I'm okay. What's new? Not much, my man. Not much. Finished freaking the Star Trek game, and now I'm back on Last Epoch. Enjoying the hell out of it. I absolutely loved that game. Star Trek game. Raise the pants! Holy shit! Ooh, movement speed. This is the kind of thing you want to put on a boot. Purple move speed. Make it super duper fast. Like lightning. Already pretty fast. Like, is movement on here? 47%. What's the max, I wonder? It pisses you off and ruins your sleep schedule? Well, there's a solution to that. Might not want to hear it, but there is. There is indeed. Also, Tempest Rising isn't bad. Yeah, you keep saying that. I'm glad it's turning out to be a good game. It scratches that itch, man. I think. Just like Resurgence did for me with Star Trek. It felt great. Oh, that game was so damn good. I cannot say enough good things about it. You haven't been playing it that much? Yeah. I mean, fair enough. Probably why you haven't been playing it that much. Did he stun me? Fuck, he did. So yeah, I want to put a shit ton of intelligence and a shit ton of movement speed on those boots that I have. But I need one with 2 legendary potential. What about those lightning? Because I don't actually know if there is a maximum move speed in it. Like, is it capped at like 50% or something like that? Dude, the lightning bolts are crazy. Because they can chain and fork, I could just go and just lightning comes out of every finger and hits like 15 dudes. It's crazy. It looks so fucking cool. Whoa! Okay, here we go. This guy doesn't move, so everybody come to him. Ugh, those hurt.
I cannot do that.
Come at me, son. Got stupid shit. That's what you got. Create a prism shard when you directly use an elemental skill that costs less than 40 mana. 5 max prism shards. Prism shards orbit you for 10 seconds and then expire. If released, they target the nearest enemy and explode, dealing elemental damage and shredding elemental distances. Release the spell prism when you directly use the spell. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of badass. This would actually be a good item for me to wear if I didn't need the helmet. That's a crazy item that I would absolutely use if I didn't need. I would absolutely give up all the stats to try this out. Look at the crit it's got too. That's crazy. So casting lightning. Okay, let's empower it and see where it goes. Okay. So a third meteor was called for. My bad. I thought I could finish him off without it. I was wrong. And that shit is why I have the Flame Ward. It's specifically when I get hit by shit like that. So it just doesn't insta-kill me because it stuns the fuck out of me and takes away all my shields. Sucks to be you, don't it? I see them, I just want to make sure they're not loot lizard ones. Because you know I paid for that. Yikes. Wizards OP, I seem to be remembering Grim Dawn having a bad range classes. Wizards aren't overly OP more than any other class. You know, they just have their main thing is just that they're basically almost always ranged. You can actually be a melee wizard. You can be a melee mage. This class, Spellblade, basically makes all of your stuff melee, but it gives it a slight range. So like Flame Reeve is, you know, like 10 feet in front of you, kind of deal. And you use stuff like Flame Reeve, Surge, and another ability you get, Mana Strike, stuff like that. So yeah, that's a crazy piece. That's insane. 23. Max is 25. That means it goes up to like 30 plus, dude. It's kind of insane. So I've got a boot that has 13 intelligence, 23 movement speed, 13 intelligence. I got a better one. No, I do not. Yeah, 13 intelligence, so yeah. And so essentially what I can do is if I find an item with some good legendary stuff on it, I can absolutely give it some more stats. Kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. Oh. Anywho, let's go. It is kind of funny that it took this long in the game for me to reach content that was actually relatively difficult. Most of the content of the game was just insanely easy. But to be fair, I think one of the reasons it was insanely easy is because I know how to min-max characters, relatively speaking, better than probably most normal people would. If that makes any sense? Normal non-ARPG players, and so I knew how to exploit all my stuff and stack them together properly. So basically everything in the game was like super easy until I got to the end game. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Alright. Get her done.
I cannot do that.
And he's dead. And there it is. Alright, what are we looking at? Still only one legendary potential. God dang it. That... Four legendary potential on those. Jesus, dude. I feel like I get so unlucky with this shit. Melee critical shit. Critical shit. Critical crit. Fuck. Melee critical strike. Another one with 25 movement speed. Wow. I've killed him. Okay, good. Asshole. Obliterated. So fun, man. It's so fun. As soon as they spawn, just to lay down the law on them. It's so nice. Feels so good.
Yeah. Your report has been spun.
0% HP. Did you see that? She had 0% HP there for a second. That was great. Basically 1 HP. What is going on with that? Hang on a second. There we go. You can still see the line. Was it the light? That's got to be what it is. Okay, so... Excellent. There we go. Sorry. That was it's basically my office light behind the green screen. That's why I like created a line on the. We'll throw that. Yeah, I'll throw that. That just disappoints me so much. So much. Alrighty, boys. Well, we came in here to do this. Increase haste effect on you. 1 second of haste after you use evade. That sounds pretty good. All right, boys. Well, I think we're gonna call it there. I need to. Yeah, I gotta go. So I'll catch you guys next time. Unfortunately, I have to run. Something just came up. I will be back hopefully tomorrow tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. Central Standard Time, right here at the Tango Hotel. Peace out, bros. Peace, motherfucking out.